Beep beep. I don't know. Hello. Trying to set up stuff. Impromptu. Whatever the frick. Stream. Playing more of the Great Ace Tourney. We freaking got a notch Drebber. The punk. Yeet. Yeet, delete this. I am forced easy dubs. Am best. Especially at stealing corpses. Sorry about that again. You gotta stop doing that. Sorry, but not sorry. You need... That's a crime. You can't be stealing corpses. God. Why are you like this? Why do you steal corpses? What are these images I have here? It's like... What's this? Ah! I mean, it's not like they're using them anymore. I forgot I had Gideon Gleeful on my, like, thing because someone said that, one of the characters, one of the witnesses looked like him. Oh, God. Wait. Herlock jump scare. Just like... Hello? Where is everything? Where is everything? Why am I hidden? Why do I not exist? Oh, there I am. I'm a ghost. I'm a ghost. I'm a specter. Spooky ghost. There's the gang. And Trip. Trip's just there. I should add the other little... Wait, I can add this charm. Hold on. Wait. Okay, I need to delete the other images that I have because it's just a random character. What was this one? Oh, God. Horrifying. Okay, what's image 5? Yeah. I don't even know what the media source is. I don't name these. I should very much do before I just start. Yuki. Let me get this. Browse. It won't be in this, in PNGs, because... Professional streamer right here, guys. Art. All of my art. Stream. No, it wouldn't be in stream stuff. It was in another thing. Where the frick? Okay, hold on. Okay, yeah, there's the Yuki. What the frick did I just move? With the group. The charms. Where is... No, put her right behind Iris. There we go. Like nothing's changed. And then there's Trip. Okay. What the frick was I on about? Oh yeah, last time. Oh hey, this thing totally didn't just exploded last time. Yeah, no, everything's fine. Nope, wrong thing. Yes, trial part 3. I am also here. Trip in the chat and Trip on the stream. Oh god, I have to do Albert's voice. Hold on. Actually, it's nighttime, Albert, but besides the point. Good morning to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Good morning, Professor. Ready for today's proceedings? Oh god, let me... My mic... I hope so. I should be. Even I, with nothing left... Good morning, my dear fellows. Oh, hello, Sholmes. He's freaking here. Holy frick. You better not leave. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, you're here. Why, naturally. A true gentleman stands shoulder to shoulder with his friends in battle at all times. Except for the times where I was standing like a wax statue. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I'll see you later then. Now, Professor, we really need you to remain calm in the courtroom today. Bro is locked in. He's not. He's not locked in. Yes, do try your hardest not to enter the witness stand uninvited again. Yes, I will. I realized it was a mistake, but my dear fellows, I must interject. Oh, you're still here, Mr. Sholmes. What's the matter? What evidence do I have? Oh, I still have the freaking head. Oh, we didn't look at the head. Yo, we're... Hey, yeah, Sholmes, I need to look at this. This lock does look very strong, doesn't it? There's definitely no way you could remove the mask yourself if it was put on you. What a terrible way to treat someone, even a convicted criminal. I know, it's starting to make me livid actually. Mr. Naruhodo, please. I mean, just think about it. Imagine if you had an itch on your cheek all of a sudden. You'd be utterly helpless. Well, yes, that's true. But I'm not sure that warrants quite so much anger. Oh, right. Sorry. What? Who are you? Who are you? Just like shakes it. So the freaking trophy. Which, yeah, okay, we did look at it. Glass, camera, trophy, waxwork head. Okay, a lot of this stuff is like... Okay, will that be important? Surely you've overlooked some praise, have you not? To be cast in my direction, hmm? Sorry? I don't follow. Must I spell it out? I, the great Sherlock Holmes, the greatest detective of worldwide acclamation, arose at some ungodly hour to be here now. First thing in the morning. A miracle, you must agree. Well, if I must agree, then... As you know, my sleep is quite impregnable. Iris had to employ her full gamut of tactics. She pulled the covers off, shook me, poked both cheeks, punched me, and kicked me from the bed. Then she poured a boiling cup of her Lay's experimental blend on my face. At last, I was bestirred. The Sholmes abuse. Oh my, Iris has been busy. Iris doesn't have it in her to go that far. She's too nice. I sense the spirit of a fellow scientist. One who relishes the infinite possibilities of blending tea. I'm the one worthy of praise here, not Iris. This is my victory. Sorry to cut in. Oh! Gregson, in the room. Iris went Street Fighter on his sleepy ass. Yes. Oh, Inspector Gregson, good morning. Gregson, high cholesterol man in the room. Gregson, my dear fellow, why the grim expression at this delightfully early hour? Oh, I don't know. Maybe because I've been confronted with a grimmer expression, eh? Dear me, are you going to take that insult lying down, Professor? What? I don't know! Poor Professor. Anyway, here's the paperwork you asked for. What paperwork? Ah, I took the liberty of requesting it yesterday. I have a feeling it may prove useful. You wouldn't believe the hoops I had to jump through just to get this brought out of the archives. It's the professor's autopsy report. Okay. That mass murderers who killed 5 members of the aristocracy. He was found guilty in a closed trial 10 years ago now. It's all done up under wraps. And he was quickly executed soon after the trial. It's all in here. Give this to me. Oh, come on! Condemned prisoner redacted for confidentiality, pseudonym the professor, which is a very strange, nickname. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. Courtney Stevens. I don't know what to say. Thank you, Inspector. Yes, much obliged, Gregson. How slowly, law at the art, just doing what we can. In the shadows of the great Detective Sholmes, of course. Well then, Professor Hairbrain, this is it. Today we're going to lay all this to rest at last. I wish you the best of luck, Professor. I suppose he'll be in there today, will he? Drebber. Yes, we expect the prosecution to summon him as a witness. I'm still amazed that you managed to find him in just one day. I really owe you both so much. Counsel and the defendant. The trial is about to resume. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. Why the music? Don't play this music. This is it then, the final chapter. Funny, my heart's racing a little. I've not felt this before, actually. This strange foreboding, as if something's going to happen in this trial that I'm not ready for. I can't let that distract me from the only thing that really matters. Finding the truth. Masked man in the frickin' prosecution's whatever frickin' desk. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session again. We resume the public hearing of Albert Harebrain, here present, who stands accused of murder. All the counsels for the prosecution and defense ready to proceed. The prosecution is ready, my lord. Look at this dude. Look at this punk. He's just standing there menacingly. Also, Jesus Christ. Like, if he's standing, right? Zeke's is tall. The defense is ready, my lord. As promised, Lord Von Zeeks has his apprentice with him. His apprentice with memory loss. If I may, Lord Von Zeeks. Yes, my lord? There appears to be someone standing at your side. Ah, yes, my apprentice and assistant. The prosecution believes today's proceedings will see the complexity of this case rise considerably. Bro. I therefore instructed my assistant to attend to ensure the smooth running of the trial. Bro, he's just there to open up your bottle. I can't. And the smooth running of liquid refreshments, by the look of it. The way he holds himself, the way he moves. It couldn't be anyone else. But he's still suffering from amnesia, so there's really nothing we can do at the moment. I know, but this is so very hard. It would appear the prosecution has done a fine job in responding to the demands of the court made yesterday. I understand you have successfully secured the engineer who disappeared from the scene on the day in question. Yes, my lord. I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Man, I want to like look at the people's. Oh yeah, this Bohemian boy. He's not even called like whatever Gotts or whatever his name was. A young prince from the royal family Bohemia with an excessively long name. He witnessed the explosion at the Great Exhibition. Bohemian boy. Okay. Yes, my lord, I intend to call him as a witness shortly. Very good, very good. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who have been chosen at random to represent the will of the people in this courtroom today, are you ready and willing to proceed? Of course, my lord. I'm sure we all understand the importance of doing our civic duty. I do despise deception and deceit. I find it so very wearying. To take a man's life with a conjuring trick is against the magician's code, not to mention the law. Any fake scientist should feel the wrath of God, if you ask me. after listening to what's said on both sides, the fence, and, then settle on one. That's it, isn't it? Wasn't like this in my day. Wasn't like this at all. Old man, we have a boomer in this state. My god. Okay. If all parties are ready to proceed, you may begin, Lord Von Zeeks. Before I do, my lord, there is a report I must read to the court. Yesterday, at the Great Exhibition Grounds, the evidence of primary importance in this case, the super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine, which was installed on the experimentation stage, was deliberately destroyed in the explosion affected by an unknown person or persons. We know who it was, but I guess, you know, don't have evidence for that, because frick this. It was what? His face. An explosion. This is an outrage. Yes, I heard this grave news yesterday. Scotland Yard submitted a report to my office in the evening. I read that the machine was blasted to smithers and the wreckage reduced to ashes in the flames. I have here a photographic print of the scene, taken in the wake of the explosion. It shows what little remains of the machine. Yes, a terrible business. He did to destroy the evidence, did he? That's a notch Drebber. The court will take this print as evidence, counsel. Late yesterday afternoon, the protection afforded to the machine by the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act was revoked. However, before a thorough investigation could begin, the invention was obliterated from existence. As such, this will become a very different trial. Oh, great. As it stands now, with no evidence on which to draw meaningful conclusions, the authenticity of the kinesis machine will remain forever in obscurity. Indeed, a most unfortunate state of affairs. However, one thing remains clear. The victim's death was the result of the actions of the accused. Of that, we can be certain. For it was the accused himself who was operating the machine and who ultimately caused its loss of control.
Objection!
As Lord Von Zeeks rightly says, this is a very different trial now. The accused accepts responsibility for his part in the event that transpired. He acknowledges that Mr. Asman died as a result of the accident caused by his machine's malfunction. However, unbeknownst to the professor, he was being deliberately deceived by a pair of very clever fraudsters. Names, counsel, if you please. The engineer, Mr. Anat Drebber, and the victim himself, Mr. O.D. Asman. So what exactly were these two men up to behind the defendant's back? The defense intends to expose that information, thus establishing the unequivocal innocence of the defendant. Okay, I have a stroke. Yeah. I think I'm losing this voice. Thank you, counsels. The position of the prosecution and defense have been clearly stated. Lord Von Zeeks, summon your first witness, please. At once, my lord. The prosecution calls the engineer, Mr. Anat Drebber, to the stand. State your name and occupation for the court. Name, Anat Drebber. Occupation. hard to pin down, I would say. See that black monocle? Yes, why do I feel as though I've seen it some before? Me too, I had exactly the same feeling myself. Your file indicates that you are currently being investigated in connection with another case. The theft of a waxwork model, is it? The most extraordinary sounding business. But that has no bearing on this trial, I assure you. Leave it from your mind. You're familiar with the public experiment carried out at the Great Exhibition some days ago. The accused super high voltage instantaneous kinesis demonstration. Yes, you could say that. I'm aware of it. There was a terrible accident, wasn't there? It was you, Mr. Drebber, who constructed the vast machine used in the experiment, or so our investigation indicates. Can you confirm your involvement? Yes, I constructed it, in precise accordance with the blueprints, but that's all. Then the court would be very interested to hear your thoughts about the machine, I'm sure. An amazing device, if you ask me. The pinnacle of modern science, making instantaneous kinesis of reality at last. Oh, what the fudge? What? Good gracious! Do you mean to say that the experiment was bona fide? Is that your belief, sir? Yes, that is very much my belief. Such a waste that I blew up.
Objection!
But we've already established the machine was nothing more than a prop for an elaborate conjuring trick.
Objection!
You've established nothing of the sort. All that was shown during yesterday's proceedings is that the same outcome could have been produced by means of staged trickery. The defense merely proposed a method and demonstrated its feasibility, nothing more. But... I'm back. Holy freak, another cyborg. Do they all enjoy caffeine? I don't know. Oh my god, Trip, like, wait. Is YouTube back up? Wait, yeah, I think YouTube's back up. I need to show this because this... Hold on. I know. Frick your formal testimony, Drebber. Frick it. Hold on. I don't know, like, if you saw, like, near the end of, like, the last stream. I need to find it. I need to find this real quick. Oh my goodness. Get freaking... Is YouTube fixed? Or is it? Shut up. I don't know why it's freaking advertisement stuff. Okay, hold on. Real quick. On my websites. I'm still a ghost. Okay. Website audio. It should be good. Okay. I'm gonna show this real quick because, like, this dude, the way he enters. Oh, it's not freaking. What the fudge? Drebber, come on. There we go. that dude just comes out of the freaking the safe is like, hello there, and just freaking dude. Okay, okay. What the frick were we on? Oh yeah. Wait. Court record. What the frick did you? No, not court record. History. We've procrastinated long enough, I feel. Witness, you will now give your formal testimony about the machine that you constructed for the purpose of the demonstration at the Great Exhibition. Understood. Dude just freaking breakdance or whatever. The kinesis machine. I met the young professor approximately 1 year ago through Mr. Asman's introduction. He provided me with the blueprints, and I constructed the machine to his precise specifications. It was no trick. If the whole show was a fraud, it would have required a body double. Tell me, did the victim have a twin? All the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads, then crashed headfirst into the crystal tower. A terrible accident, I grant you. Perhaps the science on which the machine that was built was flawed somehow. A body double? That goes without saying, surely. To give the impression that something has moved when in reality it hasn't. It's a basic conjuring principle. The deception cannot be achieved without substituting the original with a fake at some point in the performance. But would I be right in saying you haven't managed to establish anything along those lines? Incidentally, the prosecution has already confirmed that Mr. Asman had no twin siblings. It's my understanding that this witness is well versed in conjuring artfulness. But such talents do not indicate that he was actually able to accomplish what he claims. Namely, the construction of what, by all accounts, must have been an extremely complex scientific machine. Whatever do you mean? Yesterday's proceedings brought the true nature of your past exploits to light, Mr. Drebber. Indeed it did, my lord. As a swindler who preys on innocent scientists to elicit government grant money through conjuring know-how. Yes, it's true that I possess considerable knowledge of stage magic. But crucially, my scientific knowledge more than matches that of any academic in the field. Investigation of the witness's workshop attests to that claim, my lord. As evidence, the police found this Royal Society trophy for young talent in science there. Oi! Why the frick is my... Hold on. Oi, get the frick out of here. Ban. Ban! I don't want your freaking view bots. I was like, why can't I delete him? Like, oh yeah, I'm on the other thing. What was it? Investigation of the witness workshop attests to that. Yes, that's true. We spotted it there ourselves. If a hypothesis is sound, it can be always forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill. Though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling talentless scientists in the past. Thank you for the 100 bits, Ghosty. Why though? Why the message? Thank you for the... What the fudge? Worth. frick. Oh my god. What did he say? What did Drebber say? What the frick was he on about? If the hypothesis is sound, it could always be forged into a physical manifestation with sufficient skill, though I may have sold the secrets of some deceptive wiles to sniveling talentless scientists in the past. Would you therefore assert that the explosion of the machine was an unfortunate accident? Or, of course, a deliberate act of murder carried out by misuse of the science? Counsel for the defense, to cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Okay. If you notice, like, with how he talks, most of, like, the orange highlight stuff that he says, you just have to ignore it because, like, he just does that for some reason. God knows. I know I looked at earlier because I got reminded about it. He just, like, has the orange text at random intervals.
Hold it!
So you're already acquainted with Mr. Asman himself? Not really. By chance, I'd seen his name mentioned in the papers. That's all. But I had no interest in his private affairs. If he was an unscrupulous investor, it was no concern of mine. As long as people pay their bills, I take up my tools and construct what they ask for. So why did Mr. Asman approach you in particular then? Who can say? I presume because my name is associated with excellence in engineering. Not to mention excellence in fraud. Hard to gauge. But the point is, all I did was construct the machine according to the blueprints I was given. In other words, the kinesis machine was built on solid scientific principles. Yes, you might say that. Professor Harebrain certainly has a mind like no other. He provided me with the blueprint, and I constructed the machine with his precise specifications. It was no trick.
Hold it!
It's clear that you have both scientific knowledge and knowledge of conjuring magic. However, the more knowledge you have, the better equipped you are to handle whatever comes along. But your implication is that I furnished the machine with some trickery, I think. It's a possibility that we have to explore. Unfortunately, though, the machine has been blown to Kingdom Come. So there's really nothing left to explore, is there? It appears that the kinesis machine was fitted with a timed explosive device of some kind. And there's nothing left to that device either. Not a single shred of evidence remaining, I hear. You must have planned all this from the outset. But in any case, it's abundantly clear that the experiment couldn't have been a trick. If the whole show is a fraud, it would have required a body double. The frickin' wax head? What other evidence? Oh yeah, so I have the bird cage. What did it say? Wooden cage that was used for the demonstration, it crashed down with the victim inside. Space. That's broken glass we found on the wax model. The camera we found also at the wax museum. The head, the trophy. the spectators saw the birdcage appear above their heads and it crashed head first into the... Wait. Sir. Sir. Is your brain working? Are you good?
Objection.
Only the base was like freaking damaged. He didn't hit his head. We've examined the birdcage that crashed into the crystal tower ourselves. As you can see, the cage, which is a wooden construction, has sustained damage in one particular spot. Following the explosion, it fell some 30 feet into the glass of the crystal tower. That level of damage is to be expected, surely. I agree, the damage itself is entirely understandable. What doesn't make sense is the location of that damage. Maybe he crashed head first. All the breakage in the wood are at the base of the birdcage, not the top. What are you saying? Oh. Well, if he crashed in head first, there would have been more impact at the top here than at the bottom, which you can see here. That's the opposite of where they should be. That's right. That's right, my lord. The birdcage that was at the scene is damaged at its base, so we have reports of the birdcage falling headlong into the crystal tower, yet the damage is at the bottom. The only way to reconcile these two facts is to accept that there were two birdcages in play that day, which are at some point switched during what wasn't a scientific experiment at all, but an elaborate piece of stage trickery. Oh. Good gracious, explain yourself, witness. Well... If we examine the facts, there's only one logical conclusion we can draw. The damage on the base of the birdcage clearly indicates that it crashed tail first into the tower.
Objection.
But multiple witness reports claim it fell head first. The birdcage materialized in the sky next to a balloon flying over the stage, following a spontaneous explosion. At an altitude of some 60 feet above ground level, which is approximately 18 meters. It then proceeded to fall some 30 feet into the crystal tower in the ensuing deflagration. Witness reports amid such chaos are notoriously unreliable.
Objection.
But the victim's neck was broken.
Objection.
He plummeted 30 feet inside a heavy wooden cage. However he fell, it would be unsurprising to find one or two of his vertebrae crushed. A riveting scientific analysis of events from the prosecution there. Though to be even more rigorous, you would have to say it was only one vertebrae actually. He wasn't quiet for long. I find it hard to see what's motivating Lord Von Zeeps. This witness is clearly a swindler, and one who deceives a personal friend of his. If you're going to establish this deception, do it right. Sorry. I feel like that's the undertone here. Yes, and there's one more point. The defense appears to have forgotten. It obviously wasn't a trick, as a certain truth very plainly demonstrates. What? Seems to me that the cross-examination had better continue until we resolve this matter. Mr. Drebber, you will amend your testimony with details of this truth. Of course, we must treat the matter scientifically, after all. I nearly had him there. Brother, what are you doing? Okay, I know that, like, years ago, his hair turned white because he got so scared, but why does he have a robotic arm? The kinesis clearly took place because there's nowhere else 30 feet high for the birdcage to have fallen from. No, that's just the paper. So, balloon, like, for the longest time, they're like, okay, birdcage shot up here and went down here, which that's around 30 feet where he fell. But that could also be explained with, like, if there was a second birdcage, could have fell down. I just start, like, getting a freaking ruler out and, like... This man. Wait. No, frick. Present.
Objection.
This, okay. Because there's a thing. There's a trapdoor. Which, like, as I'm looking at it, it looks to be about the same, like, height. As if you were, like, falling from the balloon down to the crystal tower. This is a diagram of the experimentation stage and its surroundings. We know that somehow the birdcage appeared in mid-air before falling down to the crystal tower. A fall about 30 feet. Or 9 meters. However, if you examine the diagram carefully, you'll see that there's one other possible location from which the birdcage could have fallen. The same distance of 30 feet. Oh. Well, it appears the defense has a possible explanation to put forward. Go ahead, counsel. Yes, my lord. Of course. You will indicate the place to which you are referring to on this same diagram. The alternative location from which the birdcage could possibly have fallen the requisite 30 feet. Yeah, like... Because there's a trapdoor underneath here. Which, you know, considering you have to go up stairs. It's a long way. The place I'm referring to is here. But that's where the birdcage would have been to begin with. Which is exactly the point, my lord. Yes, the birdcage was in the machine on the stage, but what we must also consider is the height of the stage itself. Go on, Counsel. It turns out the experimentation stage was built at a considerable height above ground level. If you look at the diagram, in fact, you'll see it's about the same height above the ground as the balloon was above the crash site. When the experiment got underway, the machine, the birdcage were engulfed in steam. At that moment, the floor of the stage gave way, and we assumed there to be a void underneath. This birdcage and the one seen by the audience would have fallen almost exactly the same distance. Vine boom. Once again, my lord, this all points to the fact that there was not one birdcage, but two.
Objection!
My learned friend has no evidence that the stage had such a contrivance in its design. Someone is responsible for the criminal destruction of the kinesis machine itself, it's true. However, the stage still stands. And take a moment to look at the photographic print of the scene following yesterday's explosion. Good lord, the metal grill that formed the floor of the machine is undone! Yes, most likely blown open by the force of the explosion that destroyed the rest of the machine. The defense calls for the space below the stage to be investigated immediately. Mr. Drebber, it was you who built the kinesis machine, which means that it was you who built the two bird cages that were used to carry out this deception. He's just like, whether Professor Harebrain's hypothesis is sound or not makes no difference, because it's the construction of this machine that matters, a machine designed to take Mr. Asman's life. And lay the blame firmly at the professor's door. Something that could only have been carried out by you, Mr. Enoch Drebber. Oh! You gonna crash out? You got a girl mad face? Oh!
Objection!
Brother, did you just get another freaking... Did you seriously just, like, get another freaking bottle and did that? Why? If my learned friend has reached the end of his wild assertions, the prosecution would like to crush the defense's argument slowly, but surely. What? Your argument fails to hold water on two accounts. Two? Firstly, before and after the experiment, this witness went nowhere near the kinesis machine. Every relevant member of staff from the exhibition has attested to that. And I believe the members of Scotland Yard have also been on watch duty at every public experiment. In other words, Mr. Drebber had no opportunity to switch the alleged pair of bird cages. But I've already explained why he wouldn't have needed to. The nonsense with the crossbow, that doesn't bolster your case at all. The man who disappeared from the stage and the man who crashed into the tower are one and the same. The forensic investigation team's report is unequivocal on that point. Raises eyebrow suspiciously. And the second flaw in your assertion is a distinct lack of motive. Why would this man have wanted to take the victim's life? He had no reason to do so. A motive? Do I have to think of everything myself? I have here a contract provided by the witness. What contract is this, Lord Von Zieks? A contract with which Mr. Drebber entered with the victim, Mr. Asman. It reads, Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all remunerations from government grants or other income. 30%? Certainly very favorable contractual conditions. But there is one very important provision bolted onto that clause. What provision? Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. In other words, if either of us were to die, the contract would become null and void. So you see, I had nothing to gain from Mr. Atzman's death. The diametric opposites, in fact. Need I say more? The witness had neither an opportunity nor a reason to commit the alleged crime. In short, the possibility of Mr. Drebber having done as you suggest is nil. It seems the defense's assertion was somewhat wide of the mark. Lord Von Zieks, you will submit the contract as evidence, please. Let me see this contract. Investor Mr. Odi Asman hereby enters into contract with the provider, Mr. Anat Drebber, to fund labor and materials for the construction of a super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine. Mr. Drebber is to receive 30% of all from the government grants or other income. Mr. Drebber may only uphold this right on condition that both contracting parties are alive. Okay. I like how you can kind of see it with like the little paper, their names. It's true. If Drebber had no opportunity to switch the birdcage under the stage with the one in the crystal tower, he couldn't have done it. In any case, I have no idea what his motive might have been. There is one aspect of your argument that still holds true, however. There were 2 bird cages. The prosecution is undeniable to deny that. So I'm sure you're on the right lines, Mr. Naruhodo. And I have no doubt there are other aspects of your assertion that are undeniable truths too. Well, it would seem that the defense has no rejoinder to offer. Well, I must say I'm a little surprised. I came here to testify about the machine I built, and instead my reputation is defiled. But the prosecution's counter has set the record straight, I think. It's impossible that I'm the culprit.
Objection!
At the beginning of this trial, we believed that there was only 1 bird cage, yet now we know there must have been 2. In other words, there was more to the demonstration than we realized at first. I think it's abundantly clear that the same applies to the culprit. Get to the point. The stage demonstration was constructed and set up in its entirety by you, Mr. Drebber. Therefore, it's inconceivable that you had no hand in the events that transpired. So if circumstances mean it's impossible that you could have carried out the crime yourself, it points to the fact that someone else was involved. Someone else? Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. Mr. Drebber had an accomplice.
Objection!
An accomplice now. Well then, I presume you're prepared for what's to come. Now that you're accusing not only this witness, but someone else of the most serious crimes. If these accusations turn out to be false, then make no mistake. The prosecution will demand an equally serious punishment for your slander. Now, like I've been through, almost the same before, I freaking let out government secrets. I don't know what more you can do. Actually, don't answer that. Well, counsel, do you intend to pursue this course and formally accuse another party of involvement in this matter? What do I do here? At the moment, this is a little more than a hunch on my part. I don't know for sure if Drebber had an accomplice, even if he really is the culprit here. One way or another, though, I have to make my position clear. As a lawyer. So what's my stance going to be? Did Drebber have an accomplice or not? I'll be right back. I've hired this man to stare at you. Or kind of, not really. He's just kind of looking up to the side. Okay. I am back. Okay. Yeah, there's an accomplice. The defense is ready to name Mr. Drebber's accomplice. Oh, we are so screwed with who we're gonna name here. Somehow the two bird cages must have been switched. Everything points to that. Yet according to the coroner's report, that's not a possibility. That inconsistency itself, it is a clue. Counsel? My lord? You have received a stark warning already. If you are nevertheless determined, then I must now ask you to identify this alleged accomplice by the name. So, your answer, please. Who do you claim to have been Mr. Drebber's accomplice? Yo, had to been Iris. Oh, what the fudge? No, my keyboard! I got frickin'. Okay. Nope, that's the wrong keys. Bump, bump. Oh yeah, Gregson. Why does he not have his hat? I feel like I've asked this before. Why does he not have his hat on? Wait, actually, now that I think about it, I think this is like the official art they use of the character. So I think he's holding his hat in this one.
Take that!
The name of the person in question is... It's wrong, my Nipponese friend. Surely fear doesn't bind your tongue now. It's a little late for that. Of course I'm afraid. After all, naming her in this capacity is definitely going to make waves. A lot of waves. Yeah, cause what's her title? In the government, Scotland Yard coroner, leader of the forensic investigation team, and one of Lord Strongheart's most trusted allies. To which he states that, if the whole, cause like, in like the next month or so, they're gonna have like a whole, like thing going on about scientific investigations and whatnot. Or forensic investigations. And and he was going to make her, his right-hand woman for it. If all goes well. Oh my god, it's freaking... Let me turn down the heat. Okay, fire, Courtney looks like a male cookie. You know what I mean. What? Wait, which cookie? What? Like, not a specific one, but like... Oh! Okay, yeah, okay, I think I got you. She looks like a dude you'd mistake for a girl. A grill. Double psych, it's a grill. It's a grill! Holy frick. Oh yeah, so, because of like what I just said earlier, we are very much screwed. I could very well turn every single person in this courtroom against me. I'm sure it'll be alright, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you, Mr. Sato. The enemy always appears larger than life, but you'll appear exactly the same to the enemy. Alright then, here goes. You've kept us waiting long enough. Your answer, Counsel, now. The person who colluded with Mr. Drebber in order to carry out this wicked crime is Scotland Yard's coroner, Dr. Courtney Scythe. What the blazes are you talking about? Dr. Scythe? The head of the forensic investigation team and the coroner who conducted the autopsy on the victim. We know there were 2 bird cages, so who could have carried out the switch to complete the illusion? The accident happened in front of a huge crowd of spectators, and the area was immediately sealed off. When everyone, police officers included, were banished to make way for the forensic investigation team. When else could the switch have occurred? It can only have been in that team's presence. It's essential that the court determines exactly what happened following the incident. The defense demands that Dr. Scythe be summoned to the witness stand at once to testify. I'm sorry, that kid with like the corn, like the it's like a typewriter. You've got a nerve, lad. Standing up there, dragging a yard's name through the mud. I didn't mean to. I know the woman very well. There's no buried dead room worker out there. How dare you call her a criminal? My learned friend's imagination appears to be wilder than the East End at night. But the recklessness of your accusation aside, there's another grave problem with your argument. One which the prosecution demands you address at once. A grave problem? Oh my word. Who do you claim acted as the victim's doppelganger? What? Certainly if the bird cage containing the body of the victim was exchanged for another, that cage must also have contained a body. And yet, no missing person or accidental deaths of anyone even remotely resembling the victim have been reported. Which means there was no one dead or alive who could have fulfilled the role of a body double for Mr. Asman. That's true. If my argument is that there were 2 bird cages, then there must have been one person inside each. But I don't know if I've got an answer to this yet, have I? What can I do to reveal how this body double stunt was achieved? Oh my goodness! Coincidentally, someone decided to steal a wax figure. Very well, the defense will address my learned my learned friend's concerns. by presenting evidence that reveals the true nature of Mr. Asman's body double. Good gracious, evidence! I do hope this isn't filibustering, Counsel. The court is expecting a name. If you think you have relevant evidence, present it now. Body double and the birdcage were hiding inside the balloon that was floating above the stage, which means that any witness could only have been seen from 60 feet away. So who was it that appeared out of that explosion some 18 meters above the spectators? The body double inside the second birdcage was the mother frickin' waxwork.
Take that!
We know that the victim, Mr. Asman, was in the birdcage that was situated inside the kinesis machine on stage, and therefore he couldn't have been inside the second birdcage. Instead, that contained something else. What's been described as a body double, which is what fell from the sky and crashed into the crystal tower. Yes, Counsel, according to your somewhat elaborate versions of events. And that body double inside the second birdcage was, in fact... It's alright, Mr. Naruhodo. You're ready for this. Just steel yourself and come out with it. Thank you, Mr. Sato. I needed that. As I was saying, the body double inside the second birdcage was... And unbelievable as it may seem, that thing there! Why do we have the full freaking step? What? Where did that appear from? Huh? Why did we just...
Objection!
Open your eyes and look into mine, my Nipponese friend. Now tell me, what are you playing at? Stand firm, Nabrianosuke. This is the time to show your Japanese spirit. As the court will observe, this is a waxwork model. Oh no. A model, in fact, of an infamous London murderer from 10 years ago, the Professor.
Objection!
You started by indicting the leader of the forensic investigation team as an accomplice in this crime, and now you've moved on to indicting the waxworks. Yes, that's about the size of it. But why? And why this waxwork? It looks nothing like the victim. In fact, it could hardly resemble him less. What possible justification can you give? If you want to know why, ask Mr. Drebber. What? Just days before Professor Harebrain performed his public demonstration, Mr. Drebber abducted this model from Madame Tuspel's. Did you say abducted? And 2 days after the incident at the Great Exhibition, he returned it to the museum. Then the timing. Is this true, Mr. Drebber? At first, I couldn't see why Mr. Drebber would have stolen the waxwork and then given it back again. But now the reason is clear. He took it so that he could put it inside the second birdcage as a body double for Mr. Asman. Oh.
Objection!
Are you hearing this, ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Are you hearing the defense's astonishing proposal? That the witness fabricated this vast machine with the intention of deceiving some wretched scientist. That he did so in collusion with the country's finest coroner on a public stage in front of a vast audience. And that, to effect the deception, he used a waxwork model that in no way resembles the victim. Are we really to believe this far-fetched tale? What else? What do you decide?
Objection!
Wait! Yes, if you put it like that, of course it sounds implausible. Oh no. I need to speak, if you please. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Myself and my colleagues have reached an agreement. Very good. In that case... Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will state your leaning for the court to hear now.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
Guilty!
Kill me!
The court! Eric is dashing as ever. Just read that. God freaking dang it, Barrick. As indicated by the foreman, the jury has reached a consensus. I knew that was going to happen. We shall get through this, Mr. Naruhodo, as we always do. And uncover some new truths along the way. I'm quite sure. Yes, I agree. I'm going to have to appeal to the jurors as usual, to see if I can persuade them to change their minds. The defense will now embark on a summonation examination. We didn't even have to say anything. He just knows. Are you and your fellows ready to proceed, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Oh god. Very well. In that case, I ask you now to state clearly for all present to hear the grounds on which each of you has decided that the defendant is guilty of the crime of which he is charged. Sir? You're... Okay. I've known that woman for years. She'd never be an accomplice to anything. It's utter nonsense to think those two would ever be conniving with one another. Oh dear, this is most troubling. But surely the waxwork demand still has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have my own problems with members of the police. I do not trust them much. I've seen no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Accusing someone without right evidence is not a proper job, is he? I won't have it. Little angry child. Remember Ryunosuke invoked his right to summonation examination for the first time? Memories. Just raised his freaking hand. Like, sir, you're in a courtroom. Somewhat unsurprisingly, it seems the introduction of this waxwork model to the proceedings has polarized opinion. The child sounded like Peppa Pig. Oh god, I just hit the desk. Given that its face is obscured and its build in no way resembles that of the victim, I can only applaud my learned friend's temerity at suggesting it as Mr. Asmund's body double. Yes, the applause is deafening, and yes, I know it seems extraordinary. But that's the point. That's why I have a strong feeling it's actually a greater clue than anyone yet realizes. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? I can't explain why at the moment. I feel as though there's a specific reason why it was used. Why it had to be this model. Really? A reason why nothing else would do, you mean? Yes, and I'm convinced. It's something far more significant than whether or not the model looked like the victim. Well, if that's the case, we must prevent the trial from ending prematurely at all costs. Yes, agreed. I have to find a way out of this. If you are ready, Counsel, you may proceed with the summonation examination. Yes, my lord. Intimidating horse in the background. Juror number 6. I'm sorry, sir, but why are you freaking yapping? Okay.
Hold it!
Oh. The order of things seems to have changed around here for some reason. I'm a copper, lad. It's a copper's discretion to bend the rules sometimes, when needs must. What's wrong with that? Where do I start? I've been working at the yard for 40-odd years. That's even more than I thought. We've only had a metropolitan police service in town for 70 years, you know? Of course, times have changed. The public didn't trust coppers back when I started. It was rough. Had to fight crime, and we had to fight to win the public's trust as well. And when we did. Forensic science was in its infancy too, even more than it is now. She spearheaded the revolution. Dr. Scythe, you mean? That's right. About 10 years ago now it was, when I was still a youngish Bobby on the beat. That's when she started making a name for herself as top-class coroner. Now look at her, head of the forensic investigation team, and a woman no less. Well, you won't hear me complain. It's what we all dreamt of back then, I tell you. Could you tell me without holding that gun in the air? We were all out to uphold justice, lad. Full of vim, we were. Full of vim. That's coming across loud and clear. It's our nonsense to think that those two would ever be conniving with one another. It's most troubling, but surely the waxwork of the man still has nothing to do with the coroner, is it? I have my own problems with the members of police. I do not trust them much. I see no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. Angry child. Why is there a kid here?
Hold it!
I just want to, like, I've got to ask, why have you brought that corn into court with you? Colonel Cobb, he's been going back on the farm. Picked him off the way into town. It's a proper nibbler he is. Yes, the nibbling seems to be taking quite a while. Maybe you could wait until after the trial. Oh, I don't like the sound of that. You need colonels at times like these. Whenever I've summoned a big decide, the colonels always point me in the right direction, see? You're talking about your cob of corn. Nibble nobble guilty, bubble nibble not guilty out. Nibble nobble guilty, bubble nibble not guilty out. It's like freaking like the flower thing. Perhaps it's akin to fortune telling with flower petals like people do back home. But with freaking corn? So Professor Harebrain's fate is to be decided by a cob of corn. Would you not at least wait until we had more time to find the truth before deciding on the defendant's guilt? Oh, I don't know about that. Me tum's awfully full already. Amazing! I'm hoping y'all can hear me clap. Yeah, you can. You definitely can. Wonderful, Ryunosuke. You should be a freaking comedian. I wonder where freaking Phoenix got his humor from. I know it seems a little far-fetched to think that the waxwork model of the professor was in that bird cage. On the other hand, it explains a lot. This really is the reason why that particular waxwork had to be used as Mr. Asmon's double. We must do everything we can to make the jurors understand it. The truth is, I'm sure that's the key to this. But it's the most puzzling part of it too. In that case, you should see what additional information you can glean whilst trying to change the jurors' minds. You can read a book whilst eating a rice cracker. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm sure you can do this. Right. Yes. What did that have to do with anything?
Hold it!
We're only just starting to understand this case. What are you reading there, sir? The man behind those murders on Solar Pond Street was caught in 2 days flat. That's real policing for you. That's really not relevant to this case, is it? You're wrong there. Because there was Dr. Scythe in charge of examining the bodies. There was evidence arising from her work that led to the arrest of the scoundrels responsible. Oh. That's right. Oh, that woman is at the forefront of this country's fight against crime. The idea that she's somehow involved in this murky business is a load of old tosh. I thought it was up to me to press the jurors, not the other way around.
Hold it!
Why would you assume that? Well, quite simply because that unsettling swindler has no relationship with the woman, does he? True. As it stands, we don't know any of any connection. Oh gosh, but it would be delightfully romantic if they were somehow to have a mutual interest in the waxwork. Romantic? A woman of society such as myself views everything in terms of relationships, you know? Well, you learn something new every day, even if you don't want to. One might wonder about a possible relationship between the defendant and this coroner woman. Or perhaps between the defendant and the handsome prosecutor just there! Ma'am? This woman may be more astute than I've been giving her credit for. If that's the woman's stance, then perhaps demonstrating some connection between the waxwork and Dr. Scythe would be enough. Yes, I agree. As soon as we have even a whiff of a connection, she'll be the first to know. The freaking break my keyboard for a second.
Hold it!
You have your own issues. The police, okay. What sort of problems? Let's just say we have run into each other on numerous occasions while I've been performing on the street. Right, I see. Obviously, artists such as myself cannot appear on stage as we work in close proximity to our audiences. So we perform our great magic in parks, on street corners, and the like. But the police use any excuse to make our lives difficult. Honestly, that's... Sir, are you not afraid of that thing discharging at any point?
Excuse me.
Sir. Sir, please. Is that unloaded? We bear hope. Do you have something to say in response to that, Mr. Optimal? Who are you calling a mass murderer? Sorry, my mistake. I got confused because I heard you look like him. I don't look anything like the man. You want to be locked up, Sonny? Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Perhaps we could move on. I was really wondering if you had something you wanted to add in response to what juror number 3 just said. And clearly you do. Back in my day. Back in the old days. Oh, Grandpa's going on about his story about the good old days. It wasn't like this. What was it like, sir? We worked our fingers to the bone to earn the public's trust, we did. By Jove, we earned it. People respected us back then. Respected you. No one would have called a coroner into a question in them days. Coroner's report was the hallmark of an investigation done right. Especially when Dr. Courtney Stevens put her name to it. She was the best of the best. Oh. Hold on a minute. What are you talking about? Who's Courtney Stevens? Sorry. Got a bit carried away there. Stevens is Dr. Scythe's maiden name. Her maiden name. So that was before she was married. Of course, yes. Silly me. It's Scythe now, isn't it? Stevens. I'm sure I've seen that name somewhere recently. Anyway, the point is, those are the great days of policing, not like now. Sorry to interrupt, sir. But do you think you could change your statement to include that name? Oh, yes, I don't see why not. Okay. She was Courtney Stevens back when I knew her, of course. A legendary coroner even then. So... Where was the thing for... Okay, yeah, I know who to pit. Our...
Objection!
What? Oh, come on! Wait, did I not click the right one? Oh, wait, no, because he's first! God dang it, I forgot! I'll take that bullet. I'll take that bullet from the... I forgot, because, oh my god. Old man has to speak first. There's to be a new Herlock Sholmes adventure published next month by the looks. He doesn't care! What are you doing? This isn't a classroom! Oh my... I forgot my freaking god. Is that so? I shall have to reserve myself a copy at the local newsstand in that case. Mrs. Sato, no one is listening to what I'm saying. Perhaps this would be a good opportunity to have a rethink then, Mr. Naruhodo. Fear not, my learned friends. I heard every word. Every sorry word! God dang it! It sounds like I'm on the wrong track here. Better think again. No, I was on the right track. I just forgot this man. Juror number 6 is the first guy. For some freaking reason. Okay, save. No, okay, so pit. What? See? Oh no, it's you! These guys are making me frick it up.
Objection!
Boom! Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious! To whose statements do you refer, counsel? So, juror number 2. Oh gosh, me? What can I do for you? I presume that you heard what juror number 6 said in his statement. It's brought to light the maiden name of the coroner of Dr. Scythe, which in turn has revealed a connection that wasn't apparent before. Well, naturally, as a woman's society, I find such connections and relationships irresistible. But, oh golly, I'm afraid I'll fail to see what you mean. Dr. Scythe's maiden name is Stevens, and throughout that name, the coroner is very definitively linked to the waxwork of the killer. The defense has evidence to prove it. My goodness, evidence, you say? How utterly enthralling. Counsel, the court cannot overlook that last remark. I very much hope there is substance to your claim. Of course, my lord. I would ask the court to look at this. The evidence that clearly links Dr. Scythe to the mass murderer known as the Professor. It's the autopsy report. I have here a certain autopsy report from 10 years ago. A 10-year-old autopsy report? What relevance does that have? It is, of course, from the autopsy of the person betrayed in the waxwork, the killer known as the Professor. The Professors? But the man was a capital offender, so... That's right. This is the certification of death that was drawn up after the convict's execution. The identity of the killer was never made public, so the report gives few details. What's important is the name of the coroner who wrote it. Courtney Stevens. Oh my! Courtney Stevens? Strike a light! It appears that the professor's autopsy was conducted by Dr. Scythe 10 years ago. And a few days ago, Mr. Drebber very deliberately stole the waxwork of the professor from Madame Tuspel's. A waxwork that doesn't, in fact, resemble the victim, Mr. Asman, at all. And do you suppose there's some unsavory relationship between those events? Absolutely, I'm sure of it. There's no doubt in my mind that the Professor case is at the heart of a link that we have yet to uncover between Dr. Courtney Scythe and Mr. Anach Drebber. Hidden links, mysterious connections, secret relationships. This is all most extraordinary. We're surely obliged now to explore this further. Quite right, we can't let this trial come to an end now. Not while there's this cloud of suspicion hanging over the yard's best coroner. It wasn't like this in my day, but we're still here to uphold justice in the end. Cool. I hate how she's doing this, like, pose. Like, it's the professor, that's what links that frightful swindler in the corner. Oh my god. Okay. Seems no rigorous proof that this waxwork was ever inside the birdcage. It's conjecture. Okay, so haven't. Sir, I have this piece of glass that looks very similar. Would you like to see it, sir? I feel like.
Hold it!
But you claimed the whole instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a trick. I did, but there's more than one way to pull a rabbit out of a hat, isn't there? Sorry? I grant you, given that this cage appeared from amidst an explosion, there had been no need to use a real person. But if a waxwork had been used, the culprit could at least have had the decency to make it look like the victim. I'm not sure exactly how much criminals are governed by decency. The point is, if you're going to make a claim about that waxwork being inside the birdcage, you need to give us some evidence that it's just not science. I suppose we should expect nothing less than a logical argument from a fellow of the Royal Society. That perhaps means his mind can be changed if we manage to present suitable evidence. Evidence that the Professor Waxwork was inside that birdcage. Can I produce that or not? I have evidence. I have glass. Glass. Actually, I have something I'd like you to see, sir. I must warn you that I firmly believe it's only wise to trust men in white coats. So given your jet black outfit, I don't mind admitting to a sense of trepidation here. So you don't trust anyone in black? Looking in the mirror must be very trying. Oh my god. I do have some evidence that proves the waxwork was inside that birdcage, namely, where's the glass? Glass.
Take that!
Shrock. What's that? Piece of glass? Though it's unusually thick for glass. Yes, it's a piece of broken glass that we found inside the jacket on the waxwork. As you say, it's not ordinary glass, though. It's very thick, clearly made for extra strength, much like the special glass that was developed for the construction of the Crystal Tower. The Crystal Tower? Holy smoke! Exactly, the centerpiece of the Great Exhibition, where the very incident we're talking about took place. On the day in question, the birdcage fell from above and smashed through a window of that special glass. From whence this small piece originated? Is that it? Precisely. So what do you say? Now that clear evidence in support of the assertion has been placed before you. Well, as I said, I only trust the men in white coats as a rule. However, when the reasoning is sound, it's fair to say color shouldn't come into it. In light of what you've shown me here, yes, I feel obliged to change my position on the matter. In that case, juror number 4, you will amend your statement now, please. The presence of that piece of glass leaves me little doubt that the waxwork was indeed inside that birdcage. Angry child. So I have to put you with number 5 because she doesn't believe a ounce of it.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly contradict each other. Good gracious, to whose statements do you refer, counsel? If you could put down your coin for a moment, juror number 5. Oh, you mean me? You pointed out that it's wrong to make an accusation without evidence, but the accusation that the waxwork model was inside the second birdcage on the day in question is not without supporting evidence, as the defense demonstrated to the juror sitting beside you. Oh, is that right? Would it be fair to say you didn't follow the argument? I don't understand much besides Colonel Cobb, to be honest. Of course you don't. If I could interject here, please do, sir. Now that this assertion of yours about the waxwork has been backed up by some solid evidence, it would be wrong of me as a man of science not to pursue the matter further. Why does the judge look like an angry cat? I'm sorry. Well, me too then. Sorry. If this briny gentleman says he's right, then he must be. See, I wouldn't dream of going against Colonel Cobb or anyone who's got stuff in between the ears. Bonk. Success, if you can call it that. Thank you, counsel. That would do. As a result of the summonation examination, the jury's overall leaning has changed. 2 jurors now call guilty against 4 who call not guilty. Accordingly, the court has failed to reach a consensus at this time, and the trial must continue. We did it! Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. Another wonderful victory. Okay, looking at, like, the assistant and, Lord Von Zeeks, it's like, they look like to be the same height, but jeez, like, I don't know how tall this man is. Oh. Frick. Now, let me go back. God dang it. Waxwork for the despicable professor used as a body double for the victim in this quite extraordinary case. I must say, it's extremely hard to believe the assertion could possibly be true. However, it would appear that it does at least warrant further investigation. It's the waxwork of the professor that links Mr. Drebber and Dr. Scythe, and I'm convinced that there's a special significance to that link. I don't know what you're hoping to prove, lad. I really don't. The truth, sir, by using evidence and testimony. If the court is to delve deeper into the alleged involvement of the waxwork in this case, then the prosecution calls for the owner of the model to be summoned as a witness. The owner? Madame Tuspels. I really thought that Lord Von Zeeks would object to this whole line of inquiry. Very well, I concur. Make arrangements for Madame Tuspels to appear as witness with the immediate effect. Listen carefully, my learned friend. Oh, yes? You should know that you're on the brink of opening Pandora's box. The court shall now adjourn for 45 minutes. During that time, the prosecution will summon the new witness and prepare her for taking the stand. Madame Tuspels. Yes, I shall see to it at once, my lord. Oh, we are not done yet. This is the last... Should be the last part. The knight and rents himself. Oh, have you been watching from the gallery, Mr. Sholmes? I've been on the edge of my seat the entire time. Courtroom trials are fascinating affairs, as a spectator, at least. I'm glad you've been enjoying yourself. I have to ask. What on earth is going on? It makes no sense. What's this professor business all about? He doesn't look like any professor I've ever met before. Who even is he? Of course. You were in Germany already 10 years ago. Yes, the professor. When I discovered he was the one who had been abducted, a sense of foreboding stirred within me. But who knew the monster would come knocking at your door? My heart felt sympathies. As it turns out, Lord Von Zieks is even more intimately tied to this case than any of us realized, isn't he? Yes, how true. His great friend from a university in the dock. And now a waxwork of the killer who took his esteemed brother's life, making an appearance too. I imagine even the shrewd Mr. Reaper fails to foresee that kick in the teeth. An extraordinary move on your part, my dear fellow, to throw that in front of the man. You make it sound deliberate. I can't help feeling that this professor case is really very puzzling. Oh yes? In what particular manner? Well, there's Mr. Drebber, Dr. Scythe, and Lord Von Zieks. It seems that everybody in the trial has a link to the case somehow. Meanwhile, Albert is just like, what the frick are y'all on about? Yes, in fact, I alone am not a member of the set. Count yourself lucky, Albert. I don't think you would want to, like, deal with all that. Though that leaves me as an empty set, all alone with no intersection to any other. Excuse me? Oh! Dr. Scythe! Ah, Dr. Courtney Scythe, niece Stevens. Good day to you. Hello, Sholmes. That was very shrewd of you. What in particular, pray? You requested that 10-year-old autopsy report from Gregson, didn't you? Why would you assume such a thing? Because Gregson told me. To think it's been 10 years. 10 years in the laboratory, wielding my scalpel. I smell of nothing but corpses and disinfectant. The policeman on the jury had a lot to say about you as it happens, Dr. Scythe. And I've accused you of being complicit in what happened. I'm hoping that you'll take the stand and tell the truth about what really happened. That certainly won't be possible. Lord Von Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Sir? I'm about to kick his butt. Lord Strongheart. The Pandora's box you were warned about is the Professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. But attempting to hide from the truth, that's cowardice! I've always fought crime in the way that I see fit. I have no regrets, none at all. And that's all I came here to say. So, good day to you. Bruh. She mentioned it too. This Pandora's box. Whatever does it all mean? There's really no cause for concern, I assure you. When the trial resumes, the meaning will become all too apparent, whether you'd like it or not. Huh? Now then, I believe it's almost time. I must make my way back to the public gallery. The edge of my seat awaits. I think maybe you're enjoying yourself a little too much. Ah yes, one word of warning before I go. If, in the course of the trial this afternoon, you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand? Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. Alright, I understand. Thank you. Good. I shall make myself scarce then. I purchased a bar of caramel earlier, so I shall be gnawing on that as you gnaw away at the truth. Oh, thanks for the advertisement, man. Great. Who wants Sholmes' caramel? Or caramel, whatever the frick. Hi, mage. Hello. What did that warning from Mr. Sholmes really mean, I wonder? Especially the bits about whatever may come to pass. We about to open Pandora's box. Let's freaking go, guys. It's time for the final chapter then. I'm determined to find the truth. No matter what. Oh, it's still in here. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsels for the defense and prosecution, are you ready and able to continue? Prosecution is ready, my lord. Yes, my lord. The defense is also ready. As court is aware, the case under our scrutiny began with a damaging incident at the Great Exhibition. Yet we now find ourselves embroiled in the details of a convicted felon who was sent to the gallows a decade ago. It's not an Ace Attorney case without bringing up some old case from like eons ago. This trial has certainly defied all expectation, as seems to be the fate of all trials in which this Nipponese is involved, my lord. So then, let us begin our exploration of the defense's assertion that the waxwork was cardinally involved in this matter. Lord Von Zeeks? My lord? Are we still awaiting the arrival of Madame Tuspels? Not at all. She is in the antechamber as we speak, and ready to be summoned. Very well. Bring in the witness. At once, my lord. Bailiff, show Madame Tuspels to the stand. Things are about to become a lot more intense. Lock the frick in! If Drebber is responsible, as I'm sure he is, it means he must have had an accomplice, Dr. Scythe. And what connects the pair of them is the waxwork. Yes, the model of the professor. That's the key to the link between these otherwise unrelated individuals. It's a tenuous link, admittedly, but at present it's all we have to go on. Oh my god! State your name and occupation for the court, please. My name is Madame Esmeralda Tuspels. I'm a waxwork artisan and the proprietress of the Madame Tuspels Museum of Waxwork. You'll have to pardon me for working as I testify. My new exhibit must open very soon. Oh, so he finally gets a statue, does he? Now there are two of them in the world. Ah, great. Oh my, what expression is she carving onto that face? A number of days ago, a particular waxwork model was stolen from your museum. Can you confirm this? Oi, that is true. At first, we believed it had been kidnapped. A waxwork model? Kidnapped? Yes, my lord. There was a demand for ransom money left behind by the culprit. However, according to what I have just been told outside the courtroom, that was not the true reason. I understand it was utilized as a substitute for the body of a murder victim. At present, there is no more than conjecture proposed by the defense. This is the victim of the case in question, Mr. O.D. Assman. But of course, I know him well. He is a part of my odious personages exhibit. Oh my god, I can't freaking speak. I detest to say that what is evident, but Mr. Assman does not resemble the professor at all. Yes, but perhaps their faces are very, very similar. Are you suggesting that we should see now the damasked visage of the professor? I have here the key, but it is strictly forbidden to open the lock. This is absurd! Pardon? I don't know what face you've carved onto your fancy figure beneath that mask. But clearly, it won't be that of the actual killer. Indeed, the man's identity was never made public after all. The trial took place in the closed court. The proceedings were strictly confidential. The condemned man was summarily executed. His identity remains a closely guarded national secret. There is no possible way that a respiratory of tawdry exhibits could get its hands on that information. Quel dommage. It would seem you are unaware of the Tuspel's principles. What principles? Family Tuspel has always prided itself on sculpting its models à la perfection. Every detail, including the visage, is fashioned with complete fidelity. Et voila, our principles. There is a well-known legend about the Tuspels waxworks from the time of the French Revolution. A member of the Tuspels family is said to have made a waxwork of the queen who was executed. Who is that in the back? Oh, right behind Zeke's? Yes? Okay. That's his apprentice. He's here in, like, the courtroom now. He's just here to give him, Lord Zeke's his, papers and to, like, freaking cut off the cork of his wine glass. Of the wine bottle. Oh no. Wait, that is true. It was a century ago now. I believe the Queen's face was carved in the minutes following her death, actually at the guillotine site. You are correct. The model is on display still today in the House of Horrors. We test spells will stop at nothing to obtain a faithful replica of our subjects. Dear me, what a somewhat disturbing tenacity of purpose. It is the only way to obtain a truly lifelike representation of the subject. And it has been my family's secret for generations. Do you mean to say that beneath that mask? Wait, the true visage of the killer is there. This is ludicrous. It's out of the question. The professor spread terror throughout Great Britain. As a result, the Madame Tussbell's special exhibit remains extremely popular even today. The killer emerging from his own grave is a sight to behold. You should come. I think, madam, it would be beneficial to hear your formal testimony on this matter. You will explain every detail of this macabre model, and your personal involvement in its creation. With pleasure. A special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. An impression of the visage was taken directly from the corpse, in accordance with Tussbell's family principles. I enlisted the aid of the gravedigger and created a mold for the head in the cemetery just before the interment. I hid myself until he gave me a signal. I was there for a very long time that night. As dawn approached, I was very worried that I could be discovered. The gravedigger? The man sanctioned this! Wait, I will do all that is necessary to achieve the true resemblance my family is celebrated for. Nobody else knew, only the gravedigger. What harm did it do, huh? So you truly saw it? The face of that monster! Naturally, I was aware at the time that his identity was a secret. But Tussbells would not be Tussbells if we did not insist on absolute fidelity of to our sculptures. I don't believe this. I myself have seen the special exhibit at your museum, madam. A truly blood-curdling scene, in which the murderer is emerging from his own grave. The scene it depicts was the subject of many rumors in London 10 years ago. I have here a newspaper from the time. Special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. Excuse me? Whose motherfreaking name is that right there? Freaking Odie Asman. Can't wait to, like, point this out, later. Also, what the frick is this? I'm gonna read, like, whatever the heck the newspaper article says. At Logay Cemetery, just behind the prison, on the night of that foul demon's execution, the newly interred professor forced off his grave cover as he clawed free of the earth. The young man who witnessed the scene was on the verge of raising a shriek when the next second a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the man's chest, whose breath stilled. The youth then finally released the scream, been holding and ran for his life. Okay, actually, no, I'm gonna be able to read the rest of this if I'm able to. Give me this. I want this newspaper. I want to read it. Special exhibit was based upon the picture in this article. It was the most detailed account of what happened, as reported by the eyewitness who saw it. Yeah, give that to me. Give it. I want to read the newspaper. I could care less. Let me read this. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath instilled once more. The youth then finally released the scream he had been holding and ran for his life. Yeah, there's Drebber right there. Still had black hair, because it wasn't until after this it became white, supposedly. The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Anat Drebber, a disciple of science of the University of London and resident of its student dorms. Oh, that must have ended well. Also, Mad Sheep Rampage. Unexplained phenomenon grips Oxfordshire region. Locals report the most remarkable circumstance in which folded sheep were seized with a sudden fright and left from the field in pens. Aw, man. Let me read the rest of this, god dang it. I want to know what was happening 10 years ago. Other than this freaking thing, Jesus. Charles Darwin to receive Copley Medal. Serious recipient of the Royal Society's most prestigious award is Mr. Charles Darwin for his highly important contributions and researches in the field of geology, zoology, and botanical physiology. Mr. Darwin joins the ranks of such monumental figures. Oh my god, wait, no, hold on, let me, like, unhide my freaking stuff here, because I just see, it's so hard to see, like, but Krakatoa eruption at the bottom corner. Okay, wait, let me hide myself real quick, okay. Theater was the bomb to blame for the great blaze. The fire that engulfed the popular theater continues to draw attention as reports that Her Majesty Queen Victoria herself visited the Royal Italian Opera to inspect the site and offer words of condolences to the theater's owner, Mr. Frederick Guy. The theater had been under release to famed magician John Henry Anderson. There is some speculation that the blame for the fire lies squarely with him for his insistence on holding this bomb masque there. Because magical tricks have been played a trick on him, costing the city a great center for the arts. Investigation into the true cause is expected to continue into the next month, if not beyond, according to our sources. The Great Stink. Parliament to finally address foul issue. Bruh. What were we on about? Oh yeah, freaking. Ah! I didn't mean to do that. The public enjoys absurdity months. Okay. Man rises from the grave. It's too absurd for words. The public enjoy absurdity, monsieur. That is why I have reproduced the scene as carefully as possible in my museum. And it's a waxwork from that exhibit that was stolen from days before the incident at the Great Exhibition, wasn't it? That is correct. The professor you see before you here. Most puzzling. Counsel for the defense, proceed with the cross-examination. This waxwork links Drebber to Dr. Scythe. And there has to be some reason for that which hasn't yet come to light. But I'll find it. I'll get to the bottom of what really happened. I'll prove that Dr. Scythe and Drebber were in on this crime together. Okay. Oh, I need to like get my stuff back. The charms. Okay, I'll be right back. I've hired this wimp to stare at you. I am back. What is going on? Okay. Okay, okay, what was the last one? Let me save before I continue. Save. Okay. Special exhibit in the House of Horrors is based on a rumor that shocked society in London. Question of the visage was taken directly from the corpse in accordance to the Tuskville family's principles. It's the aid of the gravedigger. Created mold. Who's the gravedigger?
Hold it!
If you can tell me that. Surely that's illegal, isn't it? It would seem the proprietress of this respiratory of novelties was blinded by monetary greed. It had nothing to do with the money. The man is part of London's criminal history. That is why I had to sculpt him, to record this history. It is the raison d'etre of the Tuskville's museum. But if the man was convicted in a closed court and sent for immediate execution, then surely nobody of the members of the judiciary present know the killer's true identity. I assure you, behind that mask is hidden the true face of the professor. Do you realize what you're saying? The professor's identity is a national secret! I understand. And now that the truth about the special exhibit has been revealed, it must perhaps close. Of course it will. As will your entire museum if you don't tread carefully. Very carefully, madam. That could be another interesting chapter in the history of my family, I think, don't you? So, 10 years ago on the night of the professor's execution, you took a wax impression of his face from the corpse. Oui, exactement. In myself until he gave me the signal. I was there for a very long time that night. Who's this gravedigger you talking about? My god, my nose.
Hold it!
You were there longer than you expected to be. I had some difficulties in capturing the subject's form correctly. As I removed the mask, the mouth of the cadver fell open. I had some problems with the chin. Oh my god. Dare I ask? The man had been dead for a short while already, you see. His muscles were relaxing, and consequently, his chin would not align itself correctly. Oh dear, what a horrible thought. Under normal circumstances, I would have an assistant with me. However, that night I was alone, and as a consequence, I missed my preferred window of time. What do you mean? When I take the impressions of the visage of a cadaver, I always wait until 3 hours after death. Why 3 hours? Is that amount of time significant? It is because of rigor mortis. Rigor mortis? It's the name given to a phenomenon that occurs in the recently deceased bodies. As a rule, 3 hours post-death, the muscles in the body begin to stiffen. By approximately 10 hours post-death, the entire body is completely rigid and inflexible. And then from that point on, the muscles slowly start to revert to their relaxed state. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. Oh my god, what the frick just... I have no idea if that was picked up on the stream. What the fudge? Hold on. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm back. Cat knocked over a thing. It's fine though. Nothing's broken. Okay. What were? Oh yeah, we were talking about rigorous mortis. The effect is often used to estimate the time of death when a body is discovered. I clicked the wrong. What the frick did I click? Oh, I clicked that. Well, that was an education, if a slightly scary one. It's so close to Halloween! It's spooky! This entire thing is spooky. Wait, what freaking day is this whole thing happening? Hold on. Yo, I didn't pay attention to like what days like these were happening. I swear it's like October or something. As the mademoiselle says, rigor mortis commences 3 hours after death, and it starts in the jaw. I see. So that's why you wait. Before that time, the mouth falls open, and it is very difficult to do my work. It's getting hard for me to do my work with all this talk of corpses. I wonder about the information the courts just heard from Madame Tuspels. I mean, that's pretty much significant. The information about rigor mortis that you just shared with us, would you mind including it in your formal testimony? I believe it could be significant, you see. Of course, I do not mind at all. I can't help feeling that after this latest topic, the atmosphere in the courtroom has become extremely grave. I wish I had a badumpt, like, freaking... This is no time for jokes, Mr. Sato. Madam, kindly amend your testimony as discussed. Bien sûr. Took me a very long time because it was before onset of rigor mortis. Yo, what do I have? He was saying that midnight. Wait, wait, okay, the autopsy report is wrong because she said dawn approach, but if she waited like 3 hours after like he had been executed, it wouldn't be daylight. What the fudge? Wait. Okay, I'm gonna present the autopsy report, statement 4, because that makes no sense. Why would it be daylight?
Objection!
Madam Tuspels, I have here an autopsy report that was filed 10 years ago now. It confirms the death of the professor following his execution at the gallows. And is that a problem? I believe it is, because your testimony and the particular detail in the report completely contradict one another. What? Are you going to explain yourself, my Nipponese friend? According to her testimony, Madame Testbells was creating her wax impression just before dawn, and at that time, rigor mortis had not yet set in. Am I correct so far, madam? You are, yes. As I said, the stiffening of the jaw is the first sign of rigor mortis, 2 to 3 hours after death. But the man's chin was limp, so he cannot have been dead for a long time. But on the other hand, if you look at Dr. Scythe's report, it quite clearly states the following. Death by hanging confirmed at midnight, 17th June. If the professor indeed died at midnight that day, then by the time you were sculpting his face, rigor mortis would already have set in. She wouldn't have been able to move the dang chin if it hadn't set in yet. Oi, get Courtney freaking Scythe in here, I swear to God. Yes, you are right. The chin, it would have been completely stiff. In other words, this report is wrong.
Objection!
No coroner makes mistakes when recording the times of death. The very idea is absurd. In that case, there's only one possible conclusion. The execution didn't actually take place at the stated time. Impossible! Counsel, this is beyond folly. Not only do you indict the author of the report, Dr. Scythe, but you also implicate members of staff at Barclay Prison where the execution took place. By heck! Extraordinary! Not in my day! My learned friend appears to have overlooked one very crucial fact. What fact? The professor died that night, without question. He did, of course he did. I moved the man's limp jaw with my own hands. There was no... Yes, the professor died that night, but what if he didn't die at the gallows? Didn't die at... Are you insane? Insane? What exactly are you suggesting did happen in that case? It's almost impossible to believe, but it would explain the link between Dr. Scythe, the professor, and that one other person of interest. I have evidence that will explain exactly what I'm suggesting happened that night. Counsel, present the evidence at once. The evidence that allegedly explains what really happened on the night of the professor's execution. Where is the article? Cause mother frickin' Drebber's here.
Take that!
What happened that night is written very plainly in this newspaper article. Executed criminal returns in the dead of night at local cemetery. You're suggesting it was a corpse coming back from the dead now. Well, if this article is to be believed, yes. The professor, assumed dead following his execution, emerged from his grave and was killed again.
Objection!
Don't be a fool! That's simply a rumor published by the gutter press. Can you be certain of that? Are you serious? The point is, as the article says, there was a witness to what happened. My word, yes indeed. My sweet, the young man who stole into the cemetery by chance that night.
Objection!
Of course there was a witness. The story didn't write itself, but obviously the man made it all up. In any case, this was 10 years ago now. There will surely be no hope of finding him.
Objection!
On the contrary, my lord, we all know this witness well. What? Are you suggesting, counsel, that you've identified the person in question? That you know who claims to have seen these utterly incredible events take place? Yes, my lord. In fact, you could say that he's right here before my very eyes. You will substantiate your latest claim now then, counsel. Who is the alleged witness of this staggering scene from the cemetery 10 years ago? Holy frick, it was Albert. He didn't leave Germany. No, it's mother frickin' Drebber.
Take that!
The man in question is Mr. Enoch Drebber. Drebber? The previous witness. The special exhibit in the House of Horrors at Madame Tespel's Museum of Waxwork recreates that decade-old scene in great detail. The condemned criminal emerging from the grave, and beside the tomb, a young man with a lantern stumbling upon the terrifying sight. And that young man is a 10-year younger Mr. Enoch Drebber. Surely not, counsel. Drebber was there, in Lowgate Cemetery. What is all this talk about to Mr. Drebber? Is the name significant? Of course, Madame Tesfels doesn't know, does she? Yes, it's extremely significant, madam. To your situation as well, in fact. What situation? The theft of the Professor Waxwork from your museum some days ago was perpetrated by the very same man. None! But that would mean... Madame Tespels. It would appear you know the name Enoch Drebber. Oui, yes, I know it. But from long ago in the past. What? Oh my! Good gracious! Explain yourself. Tell us everything you know. Yes, of course. The story of the young man and the terrible sight he witnessed in the cemetery 10 years ago was published in every single newspaper in London and throughout Great Britain. However, in all of the articles, the witness was simply described as a certain young man. No details were published about his identity. His name was never revealed. That is, apart from in one newspaper. The Daily Circus. It is the paper from which comes the article I have already shown the court. You're saying that his full name was only publicized in that article? Goodness me, yes, here it is! The university student who experienced this shocking event is Mr. Enoch Drebber, a disciple of science at the University of London and a resident of its student dorms. Unbelievable! When I read the article, I went to meet with the man. His discovery of the condemned criminal coming back to life in the cemetery in the dead of night would make a perfect exhibit for my House of Horrors, whether it was the truth or not. I see. So you went to meet Mr. Drebber in order to sculpt the waxwork of the man, did you? Exactement. He was studying science at the University of London in those days. He was just a poor student. I paid him £5 to model for the waxwork. And since that time, it has been in my museum to recreate the scene of terror from the cemetery. So 10 years ago, a young man appealed to the public about an extraordinary event he'd witnessed. A criminal who had been put to death re-emerging from his grave in the middle of the night. But the public treated his claim as nothing more than an amusing anecdote that was soon forgotten. 10 years later, the same man steals a waxwork model of the executed criminal, ostensibly to use as a body double for the victim in the case we're discussing here today. Even though the waxwork's build is a poor match for the victim, and its face is obscured by a mask. So the question is, why would the man do such a thing? Which brings us to 3 days ago, when the birdcage crashed into the Crystal Tower. If the birdcage had in fact contained not the body of Mr. Asman, but that same waxwork, the coroner from Scotland Yard who investigated Dr. Scythe would have noticed immediately. And yet, she submitted the autopsy report for the victim, which the court has seen earlier. Why? Because the waxwork was that of the professor. Is that what you're saying? Dr. Scythe put her name into a document confirming the death of a condemned criminal who was still alive. A criminal whose apparent resurrection was witnessed by Mr. Drebber. But that misconduct was a deadly secret the coroner would do anything to protect. Which is precisely why Mr. Drebber used that particular waxwork as the body double. Oh, that really hit. My lord, this court must summon Dr. Scythe to the stand. The defense is determined to find out exactly how the coroner and Mr. Drebber are connected. Oh, we are about to open this box. But according to the missive I received this morning through the prosecutor's office, Dr. Scythe is unable to participate in these proceedings. Is that not the case? She told us herself, didn't she? Lord Van Zieks won't be summoning me as a witness. Lord Strongheart has forbidden it. Lord Strongheart? The Pandora's box you were warned about is the professor case. But please don't make the mistake of thinking you'll get any information about it out of me. Something happened on the night of that killer's execution 10 years ago. And surely nobody would want to get to the bottom of that more than Lord Van Zieks. Come on, Zieks. The prosecution calls for the instructions in that missive to be scrapped. But Lord Van Zieks, the missive was issued from the Lord Chief Justice's office.
Objection!
The assigned prosecutor has the final say on policy in any particular trial. In other words, me. Yes. Lieutenant Drebber and Dr. Scythe both take the stand together. Very well, I will uphold your request. Bailiff, send a subpoena with immediate effect addressed to Dr. Scythe for the forensic investigation team. The woman is compelled to attend on Her Majesty's orders. Alright then, not Drebber and Dr. Scythe. If they weren't colluding with one another, this crime could never have been committed. I'm just a stone's throw away. I can feel it. The truth behind all of this is about to come out. Thank you for your attendance at such short notice, Dr. Scythe. I'm disappointed in you, Lord Van Zieks. You've completely betrayed the agreed policy of both Scotland Yard and the prosecutor's office. Betrayal is not in my nature, long as the truth isn't compromised. If it is, if there's even a hint of wrongdoing, then no matter whom it concerns or disgruntles, I will pursue the matter to the bitter end, as would any prosecutor worth his salt. Mr. Drebber, you took the victim's to life by means of a machine that you constructed in your workshop. And Dr. Scythe, as the investigating coroner, you were the first on the scene to examine the victim's body. It is the belief of the defense that you collaborated with each other and were both complicit in this crime. And where's your evidence? At present, we have no definitive evidence, but we do have a very significant clue. What are you talking about? I'm talking, of course, about the waxwork. This model of the killer known as the Professor, who was sentenced to death 10 years ago. You don't need to tell me. I witnessed the man's execution with my own eyes, and officially pronounced him dead. That remains to be seen. Is that so? According to newspaper reports from the time, on the night following his execution, the killer came back to life. Don't waste my time. And the sole witness to that mysterious event was you, Mr. Drebber, wasn't it? What you saw in the graveyard that night 10 years ago wasn't some chilling fiction, but reality. It would make you privy to a very great secret of Dr. Scythe's. A secret so profound, it could compel the coroner to agree to collaborate in your evil scheme, in fact. Mr. Drebber, tell the court. Tell everyone the truth of what you saw that night in Lowgate Cemetery. So he was the student who saw it. You can see the resemblance actually can to you now. The man in Madame Tussville's, I mean. Surely he's not going to claim that's really what he saw, especially after all these years. He's a research student at the University of London, was he? A bit too clever for his own good, if you ask me. What an interesting twist. When at the time not one person would take me seriously. Yet now here we are, 10 years later, and suddenly my story matters, and in the court of law, too. Very well then, if everyone so wishes. Let's be frank. I'll tell you the truth of what happened that night, for what it's worth. So, Mr. Drebber, your testimony, please, about the events of that night 10 years ago. You will tell the court exactly what you stumbled across in Lowgate Cemetery. Yes, of course, as you wish. The reason I was in Lowgate Cemetery all 10 years ago was for spots of moonlighting, shall we say. Yes, the illustration in that newspaper article was based on what I witnessed that night. But thinking back now, I realized I never actually saw the professor. Soon afterwards, I was visited by a young woman who sculpted a model of me from wax. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. And it was all because of that newspaper article. Wait a minute. You're claiming that you didn't actually see the professor now. Of course, you have to have a screw loose if you believe a corpse could come back from the dead. I mean, I was about to say he's pleading insanity. But, so, you're saying this article is not worth the paper it's printed on? I think that would describe it perfectly. Yes. If the details in the article aren't true, it nullifies your argument for why Mr. Drebber and Dr. Sight would have been working together. So he's discrediting himself to cripple my argument. Tell me, witness, you claim to have been in the cemetery on some auxiliary business. Can you elaborate? That's right. Grave robbing, to be precise. As you know, Logate Cemetery is at the rear of Barclay Prison. So among students at the university, it had a reputation for being haunted by the ghosts of condemned convicts. Grave robbing, you say? Yes. Exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. Ah, yes, the black market. Of course, I never laid a finger on any valuables buried with the dead. So you were one of those so-called resurrectionists, a particularly unpleasant scourge on society. Actually, my fellows and I went by another name. The Repurposers. You know, I feel like if Albert was still, like, in London when this whole thing was happening, I feel like he would somehow get dragged into this somehow. Like, by peer pressure, I don't know. The Repurposers. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Okay. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes. Well, I think I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It cost me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me unambiguously, I might add. I see. Out of interest, who drew the illustration for this article? Ah, yes. That was the reporter who exposed me. He sketched that right in front of me as I described the scene. Obviously, as time ticked on, I bitterly regretted what I'd done. Claiming to have seen something I never truly saw. Foolish, very foolish. Well, counsel for the defense, you may proceed to the cross-examination now. At once, my lord. So you're not gonna name drop who it was? Okay. Okay. Reason I was in Logate Cemetery at the 10 years ago was for a spot of moonlighting, shall we say. Ow. What's Drebber up to? Why would he suddenly change his tune and recant his claim? I wonder perhaps it's because his circumstances have changed now. What circumstances? Well, if he admits to having seen the professor emerging alive from his grave 10 years ago, it will expose a secret in Dr. Sight's past that she would desperately want to hide. Yes, of course. If Drebber and Dr. Sight are working together now, and if Drebber were to betray her, there'd be no reason for her to continue to cooperate. In that case, there's only one way around it. Have to prove he really did see it. Prove he really did see the professor's corpse coming back from the dead as he originally claimed. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, exactly. Who's something? Okay. Why did this,
Objection!
okay, yeah. I was like thinking to myself, like, sorry, Mr. Drebber, but I don't believe that. Don't believe what? Your latest claim, you did see the professor on that night 10 years ago. Oh dear, we seem to be at odds. But I was there, and you were not. I know what I didn't see. The illustration with this article was drawn based upon what you told the journalist that you witnessed. A figure emerging from a tomb, wearing an iron mask. Yes, when the killer was tried 10 years ago, it was decided in the closed court's ruling that the man would wear the mask to hide his identity. It wasn't to be removed, even during his execution and subsequent burial. Not even the prison's wardens were to see the man's face. Obviously, the provision of this mask was not public knowledge. So, Mr. Drebber, as you've just heard... just orange ag. A lowly student of the University of London certainly wouldn't have known about the condemned man's mask. So unless you've actually seen the professor that night, It's inconceivable that the artist would have included a mask in that illustration. Well, Mr. Drebber? It's a wild scene, isn't it? If you look closely. And as I've already been at pains to point out, I was utterly petrified, which is why I had in my head that I'd seen such a blood-curdling sight. Afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I'd been mistaken. What? Hold on, I'll be right back. I hired this man to stare at you. I am back. Gotta just stretch real quick. Like, this episode is just, like, perfect for Halloween. Like, it's very spooky. There's a corpse that supposedly, or without a doubt, Rose was actually not dead. Or probably, I don't know, words. I love talking about cases from 10 years ago, because this totally is 100% relevant to freaking Albert's case. God. I love when I call people out, like, 10 years for stuff they done 10 years ago. That's what this feels like, just calling. But at least this is relevant, you know? Okay, my god. I'm like lying back now. I hope like I don't get a spider on my leg. Cause last time, oh yeah, I don't think I mentioned on stream. A while back, there was a spider in the room here. Well, my brother and I were playing like Lego Batman 3. Like, we both saw the spider, and we just, like, started screaming and freaking out and whatnot. Mom comes in, and we're all just screaming at a spider for, like, 5-10 minutes until, like, my mom beats the heck out of it with, like, what was it, like, Dawn, with a Dawn dish soap bottle. So, like, yeah, that was quality family bonding time. Okay, what the frick were we on here? Afterwards, I came to my senses and realized that I had been mistaken. Ah, you are... Ah, the nonsense coming out of your mouth, man. You're still saying you didn't see it! If you're stubbornly sticking to that story, witness, then amend your testimony to explain exactly how you think your eyes deceived you. Of course, of course. Only too happy to oblige. I can't believe he's still not going to concede the point. Why would he? He freaking done something wrong. He's not shame. He has no shame. Evil, intimidating horse. What? You're saying...
Hold it!
A fellow grave robber? What are you talking about? Well, I wasn't the only one busy in the cemetery that night, you know. Other body snatchers were at work. Of course, when I saw one emerging from the hole he dug, my heart nearly stopped. So that's the terrifying sight I actually saw, you see? You're claiming that it was just another student on equally insalubrious business as yours. Many of the medical students would wear metal masks to protect them from bacteria during the dissections. Clearly the fellow was using such a mask to protect his anonymity, wouldn't you say? I lost his voice. Freak this, man. But there's more to the story, isn't there? The article goes on to say, in the next second, a gunshot rang out suddenly from behind. The bullet pierced the resurrected man's chest, whose breath then stilled once more. You might assume that the sexton discovered the miscreants at work, perhaps, and fired upon one of them. If a gravedigger had shot someone in the cemetery, I think it might have been rather big news, my lord. Yes, well, I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted.
Strange.
I can only assume it was an embellishment bolted on later by the reporter. She is like literally chipping away at him, bro. You're gonna break a nose.
Excuse me.
Madam Tuspels, don't take it out on Mr. Sholmes. He's in the stand witnessing this. Yeah, don't take it out on Sholmes. He's in the stand. Mr. Sholmes is in the gallery as we speak. Oh la la. Pardon. I was lost in my thoughts. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Drebber's last remark was significant to you in some way? I thought it was a little strange, that is all. How Monsieur Drebber could claim this now. If you don't mind me saying, madam, what are you talking about? Well, when I met you 10 years ago at your university dormitory, you recounted to me about your adventures in the cemetery, none? Including the gunshot. Stop! You might want to watch your tongue, you know. He about to crash out.
Objection!
Have a care, Drebber. That is no way to speak to a lady. Please, Madam Tuspels, carry on. Of course. According to what Monsieur Drebber told me at the time, he did hear a gunshot from behind him, and the bullet hit the condemned man. I said nothing of the sort! No, you were very explicit about the details. About the mask that the figure was wearing. And the blood that spattered over you when he was shot. Enough! Shut up, woman! You're making this all up! What the... That will do. Mr. Drebber. Yes? You repeat the account just given by Madam Tuspels. I have no recollection of ever saying those things. Come on, do you really expect us to believe you? Control yourself, counsel. Will not permit baseless accusations in my courtroom. Right. Under the circumstances, I think it's best that you supplement your testimony with a statement to clarify your position on this witness. Very well. No, nor any spattering of blood, you say? Where's that little camera?
Objection!
No? Man! That statement would seem to be at odds somehow with the evidence. It is your task, counsel, to explain this somehow to the court, not the other way around, Frick. It just seems to jar, though. Don't you think? What I think is that this whole exchange has been extremely jarring, yes. Perhaps I need to reconsider this? Alright, hold on. There's no gunshot behind me at all, nor any spattering blood. Okay. I'll take that. I'll take that L. What do you mean? You hear no spattering blood?
Hold it!
Yet Madame Testfeld has testified that you told her about both of those details. Not true. I said nothing of the sort. 10 years have passed. Without material evidence to contrary, you have no grounds on which to question the witness's word. I have evidence. Do I have to look at the dang thing again? Tell me, Madame Testfeld. Wait. What exactly did Mr. Drebber say about the blood that apparently spattered on him? Lord, this is what he told me. All of a sudden, he heard a very loud gunshot from behind his back. The bullet hit the figure who was emerged from the tomb in the middle of the chest, in his heart. One dreadful sight after another. And since Monsieur Drebber was at the time facing towards the condemned man, the blood sprayed from the wound and spattered on his body. That is what he told me. So, not an experience you would ever forget, is it? Precisely. And I didn't forget it. Because I've already said it never happened in the first place. He's clearly lying. Only I had some evidence to prove it. We can't let him win, Mr. Naruhodo. So we mustn't overlook a single detail, no matter how small. That young woman being Madame Testfeld, of course. Precisely, I must say, I didn't expect to run into her again like this 10 years later. As I have explained, I went by the name published in the article and, Gomka, I found the man. Yes, the article in the Daily Circus, I think you said. I was a poor student with barely a penny to my name at the time. And the young lady put £5 in front of me. So you readily consented to having a waxwork of yourself made and gave permission for it to be put on display. I did. I should sell what little I had to sell, I concluded. Oh yeah, I remember now. I purchased something else from you that day, Nested Pass. Did you? I can't say I remember. What was it, madam? His camera. Oh yes, I made a point of taking it with me whenever I made an excursion into any cemetery. You took a camera with you, sir? To what end? To record the details of the bodies I disinterred. But I had no intention of ever visiting a graveyard again after that night, so I sold it. I see. But I still have it, monsieur. It is part of the special exhibit in my House of Horrors. I'm very meticulous about such details. It is the Testfeld's way. It would seem then that this is the very camera Mr. Drebber took with him to Logate Cemetery on the night in question. Yes, interesting. Oh, now we have... Okay. Okay, so now this just undeniable. Okay. It is the... Now we have proof that it is the camera. Let me just, like, pop the sucker open. Okay, yeah, so blood's there. There's no, like, filter or whatever thing for the camera. Or whatever the heck Sasato said it was supposed to be, like a glass. Now can I go back from this, go to the spattering blood since we know this is your camera?
Objection.
Yes, finally. I love how Dr. Scythe's just been standing there. Mr. Drebber, do you remember this camera? But that is the camera from that fateful night. Yes, we borrowed it from the House of Horrors. It was the camera you took with you to the cemetery that night, Mr. Drebber. And? Is that supposed to be significant? This kind of camera is rarely seen in our homeland, so my colleague and I were keen to examine it closely. We noticed that the lens extends forward on the end of some bellows. Like this.
Hold it!
Oh! What is that? There, just on the bellows. It looks like a dark red stain. That's right. It's a rather conspicuous mark here on the bellows, in fact. Good lord, are you suggesting... Yes, my lord. It would appear to be a spatter of blood. Something that could be confirmed with a simple chemical test. Isn't that right, Dr. Scythe? It would be difficult to determine if it was human blood, and not the blood of some animal. But yes, to test whether or not it's blood at all is simple enough. I propose that Madame Testbell's testimony was correct. And that on the night in question 10 years ago, you were spattered with blood from the gunshot wound. Well, And that furthermore, you really did witness the condemned professor emerging from his tomb. There's simply no way you could have forgotten such a traumatic experience. In other words, the only explanation is that you're trying to hide the fact that you saw the professor that night.
Objection!
But why? Why would he want to do that? Well, not for his own gain, it would seem. For whose then? Who could benefit? Mr. Drebber is obviously lying in order to protect somebody. My goodness, he's shielding someone. Yo, from the times I've had to like dance a deduction with Sholmes, I wonder who he's glancing at. Holy frick, it's frickin' Madame Testbell he's looking at. Yes, my lord, and clearly, it's someone who doesn't want the truth about the professors coming back to life to be exposed. Well, counsel, who is it then? Who is this witness trying to protect by lying about what he saw that night?
Take that!
The obvious answer is Dr. Scythe. Scythe? Whatever do you mean? Imagine if the convict who's been sentenced to death was not in fact killed. Imagine if that was to come to light. What are you insinuating? And imagine if the convict in question was the country's most hated mass murderer. If it was the professor, that would be an unprecedented scandal.
Objection.
This is beyond a joke. Need I point out that the dead cannot come back to life? What are you suggesting would mean that the execution never actually happened? Yes, that's exactly what it would mean. Once a man is sent to the gallows, he hangs. No one could escape, not in Great Britain. But the fact is, there was a witness to the fact that the man did escape his hanging. If that were really true, Counsel, the implications of misconduct would not stop at the supervising coroner. It would taint the honor of the entire judiciary from the ground up. I love opening Pandora's box. And it's exactly because of those monumental repercussions that Dr. Scythe would consent to any demand made of her by someone who threatened to expose the secret, even if that meant being complicit in a crime. You mean? I mean that Dr. Scythe wasn't collaborating in Mr. Drebber's wicked scheme. She was coerced into collaborating in order to protect her decade-old secret. She switched the dead body of Mr. Asman with the waxwork model and fabricated the autopsy report. Oh, now she reacts to it. Oh. Lord Von Zeeks. Pray forgive my freshly filled hallowed chalice and a whole raft of other discourtesies now. Sir, you have your leg on the table. I'm just posting these in like the promo chat because oh my god. I can't believe like Gado was gonna have this, but then it's like, oh, because of the DS quality, it wasn't going to work. Yeah, let's give it to this guy. Goodness me. Yeah, goodness gracious, Zeeks, you have your leg on the table. It's just the sorts of tall tale Londoners would enjoy, I grant you. An executed killer rising from the dead, a Scotland Yard cover-up, a conspiracy at the highest levels. So let me ask you one thing. What's that? If the condemned man really did emerge from his tomb that night, only to be shot in the chest, who pulled the trigger and disposed of him forever? Well, I have no idea at the moment. We have too little information to work that out at present, I think. I couldn't agree more. The Old Bailey's no place for wild fantasies. And have you considered this, my learned Nipponese friend? Considered what? Do you realize what a dangerous endeavor it would be to coerce this woman to such criminal activity? It's tantamount to declaring war on the entire British police force and judiciary. Or judiciary, whatever. Quite hard to imagine any sum of money being offered for research could warrant it. To rely on some stage deception when so much is at stake would be madness. Well, I suppose. And this was no petty crime either. The victim was murdered. A man who already invested money in the venture and would be instrumental in future profits too. Yes, I had no reason to kill Mr. Asman at all. Or are you forgetting that his death resulted in me receiving not a single penny? The court is already aware of the contract between myself and the victim, no? There is the contract, that's very true. The motive for this case runs deep, though. I can feel it. Using threats to force the head of the forensic investigation team to cooperate is extreme. Bat. Especially for a government grant he had no guarantee of receiving in the first place. If the research grant was the aim, taking Mr. Asman's life would have made no sense anyway. Which means Mr. Drebber's motive wasn't money at all. He was just trying to kill Mr. Asman. But why? Why was his motive? What was his motive then? Your time is up, my learned friend. I'd say you have one last chance before the jury loses their patience with this charade. I'm waiting for him to, like, chuck the chalice. Let's see if you can back up your heady proposal, shall we? Oh! How do you explain why this engineer would throw all caution to the wind and threaten his own country? Like, look at the... He dodged that freaking chalice, bro. At this point, I'm not prepared to listen to more of this outlandish conjecture without proof. So, counsel, present your evidence. Alright, who exactly was Mr. Asman to Drebber? There's a connection there that no one's seen yet. I've seen it since, like, the very beginning. Since we got that frickin' article. Am I going to have to present And I'm gonna have to present two pieces of evidence to show what it is. Yes, my lord. The evidence that establishes a motive and explains why the witness wanted the victim dead is right here. Where? Okay. Article. It's this newspaper article, my lord. That was written 10 years ago, and every detail has been examined already. What can it possibly tell us? That drivel should never have been written! It's typical gutter press nonsense that means nothing. Yes, on its own, it isn't particularly significant. However, when considered alongside another piece of evidence, it will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. I just realized dude had his signature on, like, art piece, and it's like, man. He got caught for... Or, like, what is it? My brain's like scatterbrain. I'm, like, thinking way too far ahead. I'm gonna spoil stuff if I say something anymore. It will completely explain your motive for wanting Mr. Asman dead. What other evidence? Counsel, you will present your supplementary evidence without delay. The evidence which, when when cross-referred with the newspaper article, establishes a motive for the deed. Where is it?
Take that!
It's this contract, my lord. Mr. Drebber, this is the contract you signed with Mr. Asman. Yes, that's right. The very document, in fact. That proves I had no reason to kill the man. No, I'm afraid not. What? There's something very significant that this newspaper article and the contract have in common. Blah, blah, blah. Really? And it's that common link. That shows very clearly why you were determined to kill Mr. O.D. Asman. It seems the defense has uncovered something the rest of us have missed. So, my learned friend, point out what these two pieces of evidence have in common. Where exactly is the link between this newspaper article and the contract?
Take that!
What these two pieces of evidence have in common is a signature. A signature? The signature on the illustration that accompanies the 10-year-old article and the signature on the contract belongs to the same person. What? He's freaking out, bro. As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago. Like, oh, yeah, okay. So, what I was about to say, like, man. This guy, like, got caught, like, being the same guy after 10 years later down the line. All because he watermarked his freaking drawing. He fricked up. Ah, frick. I also fricked up. I clicked. What did it say? As the court has heard, this illustration was drawn 10 years ago by the newspaper reporter who found Mr. Drebber and interviewed him about his ordeal. If you look closely, the reporter's signature can be seen in the bottom right corner of the drawing. And if you look at the contract here, which was signed between the witnesses and the victim last year, you can clearly see Mr. Asman's signature at the bottom. Let me see now. Yes, good lord! Yes, they're identical! In short, the journalist who drew the illustration and wrote the article published about Mr. Drebber 10 years ago was the victim of this case, Mr. O.D. Asman. Oh! Oh, he died.
Objection!
But explain to the court why. Why would that constitute a motive for the witness to murder Asman? Well, if you think back, you remember that Mr. Drebber talked about that article in his testimony. Grave robbing, you say? Yes, exhuming fresh corpses to sell is reasonably lucrative. That is quite beyond the pale. You would invite divine retribution, sir. Yes, well, I think so. I suffered retribution enough. The Daily Circus eventually unearthed my name and put it in print. It cost me a great many headaches. In the end, I had to leave the university. That was the only paper with the bad grace to identify me, unambiguously, I might add. Then I gave up on my dream of becoming a scientist. It was all because of that newspaper article. At the time, you were a student of the University of London who dreamt of becoming a scientist. However, this single newspaper article changed your entire life. So Mr. Aspen used to be a newspaper journalist, did he? He did, my lord. In fact, it's a widely held belief that Aspen managed to position himself at the heart of his criminal network. Thanks to the many dubious connections he made during his time as a reporter. So you had to give up on your dream and leave university. You lost everything. Eventually you found yourself working in the field of science, only in the shadows. All because of that article written by Mr. Asman. Enough! Stop this endless dribble about my life! What? Explain yourself, Mr. Drebber. Yes, it's true I had to leave the university as a result of that article. But it was just the straw that broke the camel's back. What do you mean? Almost every student of science in the faculty was too poor to actually conduct any research. They struggle along with their hypothesis anyway. We all did, only to have them taken by vultures. Sooner or later, you knew your ideas would be stolen and patented by some wretched or other after all. Good gracious. Making a name for yourself as a scientist in a climate like that was a miracle only a selected few geniuses could ever hope to achieve. Personally, I wasn't one of those geniuses, so it was hardly a wrench. Being forced out of the university because of Logate was the best thing that could have happened to me.
Objection!
Mr. Drebber, do you genuinely believe that? Of course I do! Who's better placed to know whether or not I possess a talent for science than me? I'm sorry to say that your words don't ring true at all. How dare you! And I have evidence to prove it. How are you in a position to say anything about me? I don't know you from Adam. Fine, if you think you have evidence, go ahead, show it. What could you possibly have to disapprove the idea that I was happy to leave university because I lacked talent? Brother. My brother in Christ.
Take that!
Do you remember this, Mr. Drebber? We found it at your workshop. Is that a Royal Society trophy for excellence in science? What exactly is this trophy, Council? It's the greatest honor that can be bestowed on a young scientist, my lord. There is no higher accolade. It recognizes emerging talent and promises a bright future. Good gracious! Your prospects for the future were excellent, weren't they, Mr. Drebber? Because even then, you were a genius in your field. But you lost everything. You had no more future. Your talents would go to waste. And if you're gonna call bluff for just having it as a souvenir, like... All as a result of this one newspaper article. I don't know when you realized who Mr. Asman was, but when it dawned on you that he was the same journalist 10 years ago ruined your life, it's abundantly clear that you had no intention of forgiving the man. I don't know if he's about to crash out or what. I mean, we still have still have to talk to Miss Scythe real quick, so I'm just gonna do this. You gonna crash out? The truth is... Finally, he's going to fold. Fine. Clearly this has run its course now. What? I admit it. All of it. What? What are you doing? It's exactly as the Japanese man said. I was coerced into going along with this man's plot to murder the victim. On the condition that he kept my dirty secret from 10 years ago. No. Good Lord! Dr. Scythe! Do you realize what you're saying, woman? It's all true. That day, when I arrived at this crystal tower and saw the birdcage, my heart nearly stopped beating. I had memory from a decade ago that I'd done my best to bury deep inside myself. It was the professor again, staring me in the face. And then, before I had a chance to react, I noticed something else. There was a note tucked inside the model's jacket. Dr. Scythe, you will go along with my plan. From someone who knows the truth about what really happened that night, 10 years ago. All the instructions were there in the note. Every detail was meticulously written out. I had no choice but to do what it said. I made the necessary alterations to the scene and fabricated the autopsy report as instructed. There was really no other choice. It had to be done to protect the judiciary. I can only apologize now. Why on earth would you buckle now? Well, there's no point trying to hide it anymore, is there? I would have done anything to stop it coming out. Even collaborate in a murder. But the great lie about that execution 10 years ago has been exposed. Whatever happens, I'm finished. So then, Mr. Drebber, what do you say to that? Your accomplice has admitted everything. Surely it goes without saying. You admit your part in it too, then? I admit nothing! At all! What? Have you forgotten that the kinesis machine was ripped to shreds by an explosion? So short of me admitting to a crime, there's really no possible way for you to prove I did anything wrong. No! Whatever this man says, I admit everything. He threatened to expose my secret, so I went along with his plan. And Lord Von Zeeks? Yes? I hope you'll accept my apologies. What happens next is in your hands, of course. I I have heard more than enough now. I hereby present the final findings of this court. This trial is not the proper forum in which to pursue the alleged wrongdoings of Mr. Drebber. The defendant is Professor Albert Harebrain. Very true. It had slipped my mind. Isn't he one of your closest friends? That's so awful. As the court has heard, Dr. Scythe has admitted to the alleged allegations brought by the defense, thereby absolutely absolving the defendant of any possible guilt. You mean... At the present time, it is the conclusion of this court that the defendant was not involved in any wrongdoing. Does the prosecution have any objection? None, my lord. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo. You have proven Professor Harebrain's innocence. Without further ado, then, the adjudication. Unless the prosecution or defense have any other matters to discuss. Don't know. This doesn't feel quite right. Why did Dr. Scythe suddenly admit to it like that? Is everything alright, Mr. Naruhodo? Like you said before, the way the trial is set to end now, the judge will certainly deliver a verdict of not guilty. Is that really what we want? What the defense should be pushing for now is... No! We need further testimony! This is what frickin'...
Objection!
The defense objects to the trial ending at this time, my lord. I beg your pardon. We demand one final testimony. What? You do realize I'm about to adjudicate in favor of your client, I presume. What are you playing at now, my Nipponese friend? Why would you want to obstruct the conclusion of the trial at this point? No defense lawyer is in his right mind would do that. Yo, call me crazy, but like, I'm trying to find the truth about this as well. Mr. Naruhodo, what exactly are you thinking? The truth, the whole truth, and a way to bring it all out into the open. Right. Yes, in hindsight. Yes, one word of warning before I go. If in the course of the trial this afternoon you perceive even a shadow of doubt about the truth, don't let it out of your sight. Pursue it like a dog with a bone. To the bitter end, you understand. Do not falter, whatever may come to pass. I'm sure Mr. Sholmes knew. He must have deduced that this would happen. Yes, I'm here in court to advocate for my client, and to secure an acquittal. Obviously. Fork found in kitchen. But that's not all. I believe that I have a duty to the court, to pursue the whole truth of the case, until every last detail is laid bare. And that is why the defense calls for further testimony from Dr. Scythe. Testimony from me? About what? About the nature of your collaboration with Mr. Anach Drebber. And in cases accept your attention, I've already admitted to everything I did. The whole truth has already been revealed. So stop wasting everyone's time. As his lordship made very plain, your client will get the acquittal you wanted for him. There's simply no point protracting this business further with another tedious cross-examination.
Objection!
Pray forgive my careless handling of that hollowed bottle. I slipped! Yo, that definitely hit Sholmes in the head. That's what you call it. An accident. What is your objection, Lord Von Zeeks? The prosecution also calls for supplementary testimony from the witness. Don't be stupid! If there is more to this case than has yet to come to light, then I will join my learned friend in pursuing the facts until the bitter end. You'll what? Lord Von Zeeks. This is most irregular to say the least. However, as the prosecution also calls for it, I will uphold the request. Dr. Scythe, you will testify for the court. Explain the full extent of your involvement in the murder apparently committed by Mr. Drebber. Very well. What? Check see Discord? What? Oh, why did I close it? What the fudge? Oh, I need to. Why did Discord need an update? What the fudge? What? What? It all began at the scene where I saw the waxwork and the note tucked inside its jacket. The actual body of the victim, as indicated in the notes instructed, was beneath the experimentation stage. The body had to be arranged in certain ways to implicate the defendant, which was my job. I enlisted the help of the entire forensic investigation team to dress the scene appropriately. The truth about the execution 10 years ago is a state secret of the highest level. I had to protect it. So I was right. The stage and the machine were all specially designed for the deception. So it seems, and all meticulously declared, you did well to see through it. Oh, wait, prepare. What? You're a very shrewd boy. So kind of you to say. And what about this autopsy report then? All I did was record the location of the body as being in the Crystal Tower instead of under the stage. That's all. That's a terrible corruption. Only my team were aware of the deceit, and then only under my explicit instructions. Nobody else at Scotland Yard knew anything about it, I assure you. She's so evil. What? Ah, frick, why was that? My mic was me. I muted my mic. What the fudge? Must be thankful for small mercies, I suppose. Well, I believe that testimony has clarified everything. There's no particular need for a cross-examination, I would say. No, I disagree. I can't shake the feeling that something's wrong. Just look at that expression on Dr. Scythe's face. Evil woman. Evil woman. It's the defense's right to cross-examine any witness following testimony. What is it about you Japanese that makes you all so doggedly persistent? Very well. If you so desire, counsel proceed with the cross-examination. Yes, my lord. Okay. No, alright. When you say arranged, I presume you mean with this. Yes, the instructions in the engineer's note said something along the lines of fabricate some evidence to make it clear that Hairbrain alone could have killed Asmin. So, you mean that was your doing? I fetched Hairbrain's ridiculous screwdriver from the stage and took it with me, alone, to the abyss under the stage where the birdcage had fallen. Alone, Doctor. I didn't feel it would be appropriate to involve anybody else in that particular part of the deception. There was a void under the stage where I found the birdcage lying in the dirt. I approached it, leaned down and slowly opened it up. Then, I took the screwdriver in both hands and plunged it into the man's chest. Then you note that in your fake autopsy report as a fictitious cause of death. Exactly. So, the actual cause of death was the trauma resulting from the 30-foot drop. My word. What is it, Mrs. Sato? Something about Dr. Sykes' last statement is playing on my mind, that's all. Yes, mine too. Dr. Scythe! There's really no need to shout. I can hear you perfectly well. The defense calls for you to add what you just said to your formal testimony. Oh? Which part? What I want her to supplement her testimony is... Okay, I remember now. Yeah, what she did to the victim. How you stabbed Mr. Asman in the chest. That part. Fine, if that's what you want. There's really no need to point. The prosecution concurs. Very well, you will supplement your testimony now, witness. If you wish, my lord. I stood over the victim's corpse where it lay in the toppled cage and punched the screwdriver into the chest. Okay. So if I remember this correctly, it's... Why did I skip it? It was the first page, god dang it. Okay. If she truly punched the screwdriver in his chest and took it out, it shouldn't, like in this pose, right? If he's laying down and it's like this, you know, it'd be probably obvious if like there was like a little splatter of blood right there. But this right here, that's going down his shirt, shouldn't have happened if he was laying down.
Objection!
He was deceased. I've got a nasty feeling that this inconsistency points to an extremely uncomfortable truth. What on earth is the matter, counsel? Have you lost your tongue? I apologize, my lord. Dr. Scythe, in that last statement of yours, there's just one point that seems to defy explanation. Out with it, my learned friend. There's an obvious inconsistency between your description and this photograph, which shows the victim in the birdcage following the events that led to his death.
Objection!
The court has already examined that photograph in depth. There is nothing new we can learn from it. Yes, we have already considered it. That's true. But we now know the facts to be different. What do you mean? I believe we should let the defense explain. Where in this photograph will we see the alleged inconsistency with the witness's statement? Yo, stab wound? Look closely at the bloodstain on the victim's chest. It clearly extends to a downwards direction towards the man's feet. And why is that significant, counsel? That's a really intimidating view, especially with Albert's eyes. If the victim was stabbed moments before the kinesis machine was set in motion, that's entirely expected. Of course, no, that's not what happened. Exactly, my lord. Dr. Scythe made very clear in her testimony just now that the point at which she stole Professor Harebrain's screwdriver and stabbed the victim was after the grand deception was set in motion when the birdcage had fallen down the stage out of sight. From the shape of it, it's clear that the birdcage would have fallen on its side after the 30-foot drop. And if the victim had already been stabbed whilst inside the birdcage in that position, the blood from the wound would have spread out equally in all directions. For it to have formed the longitudinal appearance we see in the picture, it's inconceivable. Given that the victim's blood seeped vertically downwards from the wound, it must be the case that when you stabbed Mr. Asman, he was standing up. In short, Dr. Scythe, your latest testimony was a total fabrication. Oh, I knew it. I was right. Now I've identified that contradiction. There's only one way to explain the facts. We've all been under a great misapprehension here. What? What sort of misapprehension? Dr. Scythe. You claim you were coerced into helping Mr. Drebber as a result of the notes he left in the waxwork. You claim that you made changes to the scene of the crime to implicate the defendant. You claim that you have authored a fake autopsy report to cover your tracks. But one of those claims is an out-and-out lie. Because the question of what the bloodstains really tell us has only one possible answer. If that is the case, what is it, man? Counsel, you've clearly struck upon revelation. Now tell the court what it is. Which part of Dr. Scythe's story is shown to be a lie by the contradiction in her testimony? Stabbing the victim. The answer is very simple if you consider the sequence of events. If when the victim was stabbed, the blood from the wound seeped downwards as it did, we can be sure that the victim must have been either sitting or standing upright at the time. But as you rightly pointed out, the birdcage would have fallen on its side when it fell beneath the stage. Yes, it would, which tells us that the victim must have been in that position of his own accord.
Objection!
That's impossible! The man was dead, remember? No, that is the misapprehension. When the birdcage fell from the stage into the void below, it must have hit the ground with considerable force. But Mr. Asman didn't die in the fall. He probably lost consciousness for a while, but when he came around, he got to his feet to climb out of the cage. Just as Dr. Scythe appeared. If the victim was in fact alive at the point in time, it changes everything. Mr. Odie Asman's killer wasn't the defendant, Professor Albert Harebrain, nor was it the mastermind behind the stage trickery, Mr. Anot Drebber. It was you, Dr. Courtney Scythe. Can this possibly be true? Have you been taking me for a fool? It was you, was it? You killed him. You hoped that by admitting to being an accomplice in Mr. Drebber's scheme, the trial would end. Before you were accused for a far worse crime. Cold-blooded murder! Oh, do shut up! You're so desperate now, you're making all this up! As if I would do something like that!
Objection!
I assure you, the defense is not desperate, Doctor. Mr. Narhoda established the facts using evidence and logic alone. Ha! Logic? Don't make me laugh. Sadly, your logic has a gaping hole in it. What do you mean? I'd have thought that it was obvious. A motive, boy. You're lacking a motive. What possible reason why I have to kill Mr. Asman? Asman was involved in any number of criminal activities, from coercing to theft to murder. But there is no known connection to Dr. Scythe here. Holy frick, I remember now what it was. I'm rather relieved to say it does seem somewhat far-fetched. True, there was no obvious motive. There's still something in the back of my mind. I feel sure I've seen something somewhere that hints at why the coroner might have done this. Yes, I might have tampered with the crime scene and concocted a fake report, but murdering someone for no reason is a very different story.
Objection.
No. When you questioned what possible reason you could have for wanting to kill Mr. Asman, something did come to mind. What? What was it, Counsel? Enlighten the court at once. Yes, we saw it yesterday, didn't we? Something that seemed strange, but we had no reason to suspect at the time. There's a particular object that explains why Dr. Scythe would have wanted to kill Mr. Asman. This is just really strange to say. Like, yes, it was the scalpels. My sources, trust me, bro. It's scalpels, or rather, it's a scalpel, or rather, scalpels. Did you say scalpels? She didn't think we saw the book. It would appear that word has struck a chord, Doctor. You, come on, out with it. It was yesterday when we visited your laboratory. Look at this big, thick book here. It appears to be an accounting ledger. It's record of the forensic investigation team's spending, I think. Oh? What is it? It's clear that the team purchased various equipment and supplies on a monthly basis, but... well, one entry seems rather strange. Really? In what way? They're buying 500 scalpels every month! $500 scalpels a month. At first, I wondered what on earth you could be using that many scalpels for. But actually, I realize now it's not the scalpels themselves that are significant. It's the money for them, disappearing every month from the department's accounts. Asman's criminal organization relied heavily on extortion for its funding. Tracing the money from the forensic investigation team's account to find out where it was going would be extremely straightforward. "10 years ago, when Mr. Asman was still a journalist and wrote this article about Mr. Drebber, he may well have stumbled upon information as he was researching the story. Information relating to Dr. Scythe's darkest secret that he would use to rack money from her for the next decade. Her darkest secret? Good lord, you mean... I don't know what happened on the night of that execution 10 years ago. But clearly the opportunity to rid yourself of that menace was too tempting to pass up. So in the end, you weren't coerced at all, were you? You did it entirely out of your own free will. You stabbed Mr. Asman in the heart with all your might. To silence the blackmailer who knew your darkest secret forever. You'll never understand. None of you. What we've had to keep covered up all these long years. As very little of the machine remains after it was ripped apart by the bomb, the truth of this case can never be properly established unless you speak out. And if you decide not to, It's very possible that Courtney Scythe will escape punishment for her crimes. Please, sir, own up to what you've done and tell the court the truth about what happened. 10 years ago, you told the truth, and you were robbed of a bright and successful future as a result. I can certainly understand your bitterness and your concentration now. However, this is surely the chance you've been waiting for to sever the hold that fate's had over you all these years. Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis? I mean, really? Okay, I'll be right back, real quick. Okay, sorry about that. Okay. The addle-brained mock scientists are the worst, you know? They don't recognize the fact that they don't have talent. They can't even get that right. And so they end up chasing impossible dreams, having unbridled faith in their abilities. They go on and on about their wonderful hypothesis, their stupid eyes shining like a little child's. They make me sick. I can't abide their foolishness. Careful, Mr. Drebber. I was particularly pleased with the kinesis machine. It was made for quite a show, didn't it? So you admit it? You admit that it was nothing more than a sham made for the purpose of killing the victim? Yes, I admit it. I did it all in the name of revenge. Revenge for the future that Mr. Asman's article had derived you of 10 years earlier. But the revenge you sought didn't stop at Asman, did it? Which is where that very particular waxwork comes in. Yes, I see. The condemned victim that you saw rising from the grave in Lowgate Cemetery 10 years ago. If your account of those events was all true, then obviously Scotland Yard couldn't afford to acknowledge that what had happened. Even if it meant discrediting a bright young man and crushing any future career he might have had. So your plan... Oh my god, okay. So your plan required that you abduct that particular waxwork model in order to exact revenge on Scotland Yard as well, or on Dr. Scythe, to be precise. It was a year ago. By some extraordinary twist of fate, Asman turned up at my workshop. He didn't remember who I was, of course. He just wanted to employ my services as an engineer. And he happened to have a paper with him. An article on the front page caught my eye. About the coroner who'd handled a bogus autopsy, being appointed head of a new forensic team. When I learned that news, my cognitive processes started to devise the plan. What a horrid tale. He robbed me of my future, so I wanted to use the man's own wiles against him, for revenge, and have that rotten Scotland Yard eating out of my hand at the same time. I wanted them all to suffer the same humiliation I had suffered. Your actions against those who'd ruined your future were justified as revenge, at least to yourself. Certainly, no one has the right to destroy another's prospects, especially for purely selfish gain. And yet, in carrying out your plan, you did exactly that to someone else, didn't you? Did I? Professor Harebrain's only crime was passion for his hypothesis, but you had no compunctuation about sacrificing his future to effect your revenge. You knew that he would be forever branded as a failure and a fraud. And he had nothing to do with it. Perhaps life treated you unfairly 10 years ago, and Noah's misconduct left your life in tatters. But remember this, your own actions resulted in exactly the same thing for another perfectly innocent young man. I... Yeah, that's really messed up to think about. How, like, he tried to get everyone that, like, wronged him and everything. But at the same time, he was going to put someone else that had nothing to do with this at all. He was going to do the exact same thing of what happened to him, to himself 10 years ago. Because all he did, you know, was tell the truth. Like, yeah, I saw a man just come out of the grave. Lord von Zeeks, what of Dr. Scythe? An immediate warrant for her arrest has been granted, and she's been remanded in custody. In custody, my lord. I presume she will face trial in the coming days, along with Mr. Drebber. A most regrettable situation indeed. She's made great contributions to her profession over the years. It really is hard truth to swallow. However, that is a topic for some future occasion. For now, Professor Hairbrain? Oh, yes? It seems there was a great deal more to your experiment than you realized. However, I think we can assume now that all the sordid details have been brought to light. This has been a very long and profound trial, but I'm pleased to say you were absolved of all guilt. This whole experience has taught me a very great but painful lesson. This dedicated scientist, this devotee of a natural philosophy. I've been selfish and self-centered, and above all, a fool. Professor, I've spent my life thinking of nothing but my research. Misguidedly believing that I could do whatever I set my mind to, despite my lack of talent. And the worst of it is, in the process, I've caused others pain and misery. Others who are far, far greater people than I. No, Professor, that's not true. What? Don't tar yourself with the same brush as Drebber. What happened was his doing, and his alone. This outcome is his fate, not yours. You're not to blame in any way. Lord von Zeeks, in the derision with which he referred to you earlier, calling you a fool, talentless even. The man has no idea. To believe in yourself and work your fingers to the bone to realize your dreams, that's laudable, not laughable. No one has the right to deride another for such choices. Thank you, Barrick. Oh my god! Their friendship sickens me. I love them so much. So, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, yes, my lord, it is this court's expectation that you find the defendant not guilty of the charge of which he stands accused. I presume there are no objections? None from me, my lord. Certainly not. This trial has really made me think, but this is the right decision. It's all been proven methodically and rigorously. I have no misgivings whatsoever. What's that? It's done easy. It's all over. I don't know what's become of the yard these days. I I don't recognize the place. Very well. In that case, I hereby pronounce the defendant not guilty. Yay! Where my freaking... I didn't have my yippee button already. God dang it. Court is adjourned. Now you may be wondering, why have I had my entire screen black, or like have most of my assets and like PNG stuff gone? Well, that's cause there is a cutscene that we're gonna have in a little bit. It's over. That was some trial. It's the 24th October. It is close to Halloween. Professor, what a splendid outcome, isn't it? Oh, it is! Congratulations, Professor Hairbrain! Oh, Mr. Naruhodo, Mr. Sato, I am truly beside myself with gratitude! How can I ever thank you enough? I'm just glad it's all been cleared up. That you realized you were just caught up in a bad situation. Oh, right now, you know, if I had that research grant money, I'd give the whole lot to you! Every penny! Aww! Well, that's very kind, but I'm just a student, so I don't need any financial reward. Your acquittals are more than enough. Oh dear, oh, what can I do? Aha! How about this? As a memento, the paper about my hypothesis is inside. Oh! Well, just as a memento then. Thank you. I've been wondering, Professor, what are you going to do now? Oh my, yes, what am I going to do? My hypothesis and my great machine lies in ruins. But still, it's been too long since I was last in London, so perhaps I'll enjoy some sightseeing. I must explore the great exhibition whilst I'm here too, and see if a new inspiration hits me. Oh yes, that's a wonderful idea. I can't allow that. Oh god. Lord Von Zeeks, what are you doing in here? Barrick! I'm sorry you had to go through that, Albert. Well, if I'm honest, it was terrifying. You were like a great demon behind your bench there, snarling down on your prey. You're one of the few true friends I have. I couldn't leave it to anybody else to handle the prosecution or the defense. Sorry? Or the defense? Did I just hear that right? I always knew that you had my best interests at heart. Don't worry. How about you show me around while I'm here in town? It's been a long time since we left university. We have a lot to catch up on. Listen, Albert. In a few days, your acquittal will be made official. When that happens, you must head straight to Dover. I'll accompany you. What? From there, you'll cross the channel and make your way back to Germany. I've already purchased the tickets. But no! Hold on a minute, Barrick! What about the great exhibition? This is the chance of a lifetime for me. I want to look around. No sightseeing, Albert. Give up on the idea. Sometimes it's hard to see any warmth in those eyes, Barrick. What? Man, I'm gonna say this now. They gay as heck. Even the germ number 2 was shipping them. I'm gonna say it right here, right now. Yep, there we go. Out there, out in the open. They gay as heck. Lord Von Zeeks. What's all this about? Necessary precaution. Yes, I think I understand. You do? Well, Iris told me that when you met Lord Van Zeeks at this office some days ago, he asked how Mr. Natsume was doing. Yes, that's right. I remember being surprised at the time, and thinking it was nice of him to ask. The point is, Mr. Natsume is still alive and well, even though it's been more than 6 months now since he stood trial with the Reaper as the prosecutor. You mean the Reaper's influence doesn't stretch overseas? Those in the Reaper's sight meet their end days or sometimes months after their acquittal. That's been the pattern up to now. But, of course, we know that both Mr. Natsume and Gina were completely innocent. True. Perhaps that governs the Reaper's actions. The truly innocent and are spared. But I don't want to take any chances with a close personal friend. Oh! You guys haven't seen each other in 10 years and you still care. God. But Barrick? Like the mustached Nipponese, this man should leave the country without delay. That's why I'm packing him off to Germany at once. Like, I'm seeing this for myself, don't want anything to happen. Right. Does your friend-shaped package get any say in it? Goodness, was this your intention all along then, Lord Von Zeeks? In court, where people think of him as the Reaper, this man seems absolutely merciless. And yet, sometimes I feel as though I don't understand him at all. It's time to go, Albert. Back to the prison for the time being. Yes, alright. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo. Thank you so much for everything. Not at all, Professor. It was a pleasure getting to know you. Best wishes, Professor Hairbrain. Well, once the dust has settled, you must come and visit me in Germany. Anyway, goodbye for now. Now, my Nipponese friend. Oh, yes? I thought you'd gone too. We have matters to discuss. Can you spare me some time? You want to talk with me? I'll be waiting in the courtroom in 10 minutes. What the fudge? We about to get it. Well, that was strange. For some reason, I didn't get that sense of impending doom as he walked away this time. The enigma, Barrick Von Zeeks. What does he want to discuss, I wonder? The answer awaits in the courtroom, I suppose. Here goes then. So are you satisfied? You saved a guideless scientist from a great injustice. Yes, I think so. I believe at least that the man's innocence could be proven. Anyway, I imagine you've been wondering where my animosity towards you Nipponese comes from. Well, at first I thought you just didn't like me. I imagine you saw me as a pretentious child from an unimportant land who had no business being here. But now, I think differently. You clearly know our ways, so I would guess that some specific incident led you to a thorough dislike of my race. Will you tell me what happened, please? The professor. I thought I never heard that name in this courtroom again, to be honest. He took your brother's life. Clint. My brother was Clint von Zieks. 16 years ago, when I was still just in my teens, he was already the director of prosecutions and a key member of the judiciary. I looked up to him. He was everything I aspired to be. He was involved in the establishment of justice systems in foreign countries as well. There were exchange programs between Britain and other nations then too, to share knowledge and ideas. As part of one of those programs, 3 judicial students came to Britain from your homeland, the Empire of Japan. If it was 16 years ago, then one of them could have been my father. Of course. I remember Dr. Mikotoba well. I had no idea. I was a minor at the time, training at the prosecutor's office. One day, Clint introduced me to 3 visiting Nipponese. So, you've actually met my father. He and his colleagues were polite and admissible. They were adept at their work and exacting in their standards. It was my first encounter with the Nipponese spirit, and it made a very great impression upon me. But 6 years later, that's when it happened. The investigation was going nowhere. There were no suspects even, just an ever-growing list of victims. And in the end, my brother became one of them. The last, in fact, before the case was finally resolved. I'm so sorry, Lord von Zieks. Truly. Clint was always ready to put his life on the line for justice anyway. So he wouldn't have wanted it any other way. He lost his life to the killer. But it was his victory in the end. For me personally, though, it was a great loss. I found myself in a very dark place indeed. Now I finally found out the killer's identity. The reason why no one had been able to catch the man sooner ceased to be such a mystery. He'd been hiding in plain sight all the time. In plain sight? Are you aware of political events 10 years ago? It was a period of extremely sensitive diplomacy between the British and Japanese empires. A new treaty was being forged, I think. Correct. The Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation was being concluded. The leaders of both countries were deep in extensive political discussions. Which is why this particular killer's appearance in court was conducted as a closed trial. If the British public had known the identity of the killer, not only would the treaty have been in jeopardy, but our two nations could very well have ended up at war. What? A war between Britain and Japan? But that would mean... Oh my! You mean to say the professor was...
When the trial reached its conclusion earlier, I thought to myself, yes, it's time. Time for you to come face to face with this hideous monster. I borrowed the key for the mask from the proprietress of the Waxwork Museum. So see for yourselves now. Confirm it with your own eyes. The truth that's been hidden this past decade.
That's the professor?
Yes, that's him.
Until now, the thought never even crossed my mind. That the mass murderer, whose crimes shook Britain as never before, was Japanese.
Wait a minute. That face. I feel as though I've seen it somewhere. It's strangely familiar.
Father. What? Father? Kazuma! My best friend, Kazuma Asogi. After a whole year, finally his memories returned. As he stood there before me, Ryunosuke. Hello again. My friend.
Kazuma-sama!
Judicial Assistant Mikotoba.
It's been a very long road. Thank you. Thank you for guiding my friend here when I could not.
It was an honor.
I knew you wouldn't die that easily. Kazuma.
I owe you thanks, too, for taking good care of that in my absence.
Oh. Karuma, the great blade of the Asogi clan, passed down through the generations. When we left Japan, this sword was at my friend's side. A Japanese man's katana is his soul, and he couldn't be parted from it. But then, when the incident happened, it was Susato-san's wish that I inherit the sword. And I've kept it with me ever since, along with my memories of the friendship we shared. With this by my side, I always felt that you were watching over me somehow.
I've made it. At last.
Father. Are you saying... Surely not. You mean, you knew all this time? I'm looking at it, but I still can't believe it. This mass murderer is Kazuma's father.
Kazuma-sama.
Ryunosuke, we have much to talk about, but now is not the time. I'll be seeing you.
That's all Kazuma said. Before he turned and left us there, in the courtroom.
I'm gonna cry. I'm gonna cry. I hate this. I even like with me knowing about it, I hate it. Oh my god, I hate it. I love it. I don't know what to say. God freaking, I'm gonna cry. Bro. Okay. So he's the living after image of the man who took my brother's life, is he? Yes. Kazuma Sogi, my best friend. 3 months ago, when Lord Strongheart introduced us, I had an inkling there was something there. Some connection. But why did Lord Strongheart do that? Why did he make Kazuma Lord Von Zieg's apprentice? And when he was suffering amnesia, too. The man was apprehended, even executed. But his legacy just won't die. That's the sad truth. Anyway, that's all I had to say. Thank you for meeting with me as I asked. "10 years ago, my grandmother took me to the railway station. We were there to meet my father from the train. For me, it was the first time I'd ever seen him. Oh, Susato-san, all this tied up with painful memories for her too. She's never talked about this with me before, though. It took time to adjust to having father around, but just when I was starting to get used to it, he called me into his study one day. He told me that a great friend of his had passed away in London, and that the friend had left behind a son, a boy, 7 years my senior. Father told me the boy had made a promise to his late father, so he was studying to become a defense lawyer. I wanted to help, so I studied to become a qualified judicial assistant. As I'm sure you've worked out, that young man's name was Kazuma Sogi. So you see, that's how he and I met.
For a brief moment, my great friend had returned. only to disappear again all too soon. But in that fleeting encounter, something stirred. Something that had been dormant for a long time. As if great wheels had been set in motion. I could almost hear them creaking into life. In some ways, it was the end of a chapter, but in many, it was the start of a new one.
I'm gonna cry. I am crying. I'm not even going to cry. I am crying. God, goodness great. If they make an anime, Twisted Karma in this last battle. God, like when I first saw that, I cried tears. I'm crying tears right now because, God, this is such a good game. It's a freaking whatever visual novel, whatever the heck you want to call it. Like, it's such a good game. And I love it to bits. And we're not even done. I'm gonna be crying even more in like the next 2 cases. But yeah, like, comfort character, frickin' Kazuma Sogi, yeah, he ain't dead. He alive. He's been alive this whole time. Oh my god, this game. Like, if they make an anime, if they make the Great Ace Attorney anime, my life, like, Capcom, please, make one. My life is yours, for God's sake. Oh my god, 5 hours and 20. Yeah, look, these cases are gonna get so freaking long, oh my god. It's gonna be more lore. It's gonna be more stuff I'm gonna cry about. Also, I'm still confused, like, what Trib was on about? Check DC? What? Discord? What were you on about? Trip, are you still in the freaking chat? Cause I don't know what the heck you were on about, because I don't see anything. I don't know. God, this game. I love the characters. I love the story. Though it gets confusing at times, like, which, you know, we're gonna get into that in the next case. Or next 2 cases. Oh, but yeah. Next case we're doing, blue-haired chums, be ready, be prepared for frickin' for this guy. Oh my god, this game. I love it so much. But that's the end of this case. I hope you guys enjoyed it. Thank you, Ghosty, from early, like, thank you, Ghosty, for the 100 bits earlier. Once again, thank you to everyone who's joined in to watch me play this. This game is great. I really want to I'm going to draw the character. Well, I have been drawing the characters at times, but haven't really been able to show much of the characters to my friends or to people. I have to like spoil a bunch of stuff, which there's a lot to like unfold here with this game. Like, it's hard to talk about this game, like, without trying to spoil stuff, because, like, everything, like, ties into more things than you expect. Than you would think. But, other than that, I hope you guys have a wonderful day. I'll see y'all next time for whenever I stream the Great Gates Tourney, or which, I don't know, do a stream some point down the line, something else, but I shall see y'all later. Goodbye! Bye everyone!